Good to be with you as we kick off the meet at Aqueduct. South Ozone Park, New York live look. As we are just 11 minutes away from the opener on this opening day of the meet card. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. We kind of went over this card earlier today talking horses. I'm very excited about this card.
I am too. I think the racing this weekend is going to be really great. Tomorrow and Saturday's cards, big fields, interesting races, plenty of stake races, a lot of fun. Looking for this weekend. November, the weather holds up in November, and it's really some of the best racing we have all year.
We're going to have a rematch in our feature, the Chelsea Flower for 2-year-old fillies on the lawn between Deep Learning, Billy Doro, Chad Brown, Brad Cox, and Deep Learning. Is that big performance coming today?
You know, it's a reasonable question because the reality is she's been a disappointment. She was one of the, if not the most impressive turf-winning maidens for Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Saratoga. You just expect so much. You think Breeders' Cup filly, juvenile fillies turf. She had a bit of a trip up in Canada, but in this race, I got to tell you, she was disappointing. I know she was second. She got a great ride from Ricardo Santana. Now, I guess it was less disappointing when the winner came back and ran a pretty good race, the best race of any of the Americans, I believe, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. So maybe it moves the race up a little bit. The horse she's got to beat is one finishing behind her that finished fourth, Phil Dioro. Or at least I think that.
For Brad Cox, Manny Franco will be aboard there. She was entering that Miss Grillo off a maiden score Saratoga as well, albeit not quite as impressively as Deep Learning, but maybe a little more room to move forward here, just the third start of her career.
And there's a horse coming up for Jimmy Toner with some big pedigree coming in that race, so I think that horse could be dangerous. I'm looking forward to that race. Listen, we saw from the Breeders' Cup, there's plenty of room for U.S.-based horses to do well in this division going forward because we didn't really distinguish ourselves that well in the Breeders' Cup.
Race 6, that Chelsea Flower today, 2:39 Eastern start time for these 2-year-old fillies on the grass. As we look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Fast and firm to kick off this Thursday action and this meet, which will kick off the early pick 5 here in a moment with an early stake as well for 2-year-olds. And our colleague Tom Amos showing up in the Tempted as well for the 2-year-old fillies going a 1-turn mile.
Well, his horse is showing up. He's afraid to come here. He's afraid to come and see us, out of the comfort of Saratoga, where there's guards around and he doesn't have to worry.
Yeah, pretty much. He did make a trip here.
He was here for the champagne.
Yes, he was.
He was not here. He did win a stake while you were gone, but he will probably not be here today.
Get signed up, bonus 200 at NYRaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus and play with Nyra Bets all year long today and into 2026. That sounds weird to say. We're going to kick off the card with a $20,000 claiming race, 1-turn mile. This one for 3-year-olds and up. And the 3-2 favorite, Power Seeker, huge drop in class. It's Linda Rice. But the last couple of races don't give you a lot of hope that this run can still run.
And with Linda making the drop down, she's obviously doesn't expect him to be as competitive as he was here. This is a race from August 2nd of 2024 when he ran a 91 Beyer, winning by 6.5 lengths. I'm pretty confident in saying that if he runs back to this race, he'll win this race in an absolute canter the way he does this day. The problem is his form is dissipated. He gets back to Linda, hasn't run in 3 months, drops down to $20,000. There's some negatives there. He's got to catch Best Bet, a horse that we believe is his chief competition. The public agrees. But you have to admit, if this horse runs back to his races, he's too good for these.
No question. And that's why you're seeing 3-2, big drop down. Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice. I mean, yeah, Star of Wonder, the last time he was on dirt, faced that horse who was third in the Pimlico Special.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, though, the horse everyone's got to run down, and his job was made a little bit easier, too, with a scratch of the 7. This guy right here, Best Bet. He wants to be in front. Eric Cancel knows him well, including a gate-to-wire win 2 starts ago.
And Eric has realized not to get in this horse's way and let him roll up front. You and I are hoping he can control the race and win up front. We'll see. We'll see how fast he has to go in the mile. We'll see how quickly the track's playing. But I'm going to hope he wires the field like you. I thought he was the best alternative if you didn't totally trust the favorite.
And, with the 7 coming out, he should have his way pretty easily up front, shouldn't he?
On paper, he is supposed to be the controlling speed. Learn how it works out that way, we'll see.
So the one to catch to beat, best bet right now, 5-2 second choice on the board. Then you have Lost in Rome and Brewpub the 6, both at 7-2 in here. And it was Brewpub who, when he met best bet, the speedster we have on our screen right now, we just showed you, got by him late when they met on October 5th.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I will say is that Ricardo Santana has been more aggressive with Brewpub than sometimes prior races, and I think it's really helped him. It's got him in the game more, but he's still Brewpub with just 5 wins and 61 starts and 25 seconds and thirds.
Post parade coming up, about to hit 6 figures in this pick 5 pool. To kick off this meet, we're going to get back to how the meet concluded, by the way. Historical ending.
Yes.
With our reigning Eclipse Award winning rider, Flavien Prat. Here's our post parade. Lost in Rome, Wayne Potts claims that most recent start, and Kendrick Carmouche back aboard.
Yeah, the barn's been a little bit chilly, and this horse has kind of had his chances and just, it's been a little off his best game.
The one to catch. Here's best bet.
Well, we're hoping that he goes to the front, can wire the field. 5-2 would be the minimum what I'd take on him.
Is this a description of his form, his name?
You know, at times Bad Larry's run okay to be competitive, but not that often.
Power Seeker, 8-5 favorite.
We'll see what happens if Linda has him ready to go off the layoff.
Boss making boss moves coming off the claim.
Always been a bit of a favorite of mine. At times he's run races that are at least make him a fringe player at a big price.
And Brewpub, consistently running for the level, pretty strong figures.
And I think he's been in really good form for Ilke. I mean, Ilke's got him running as well as he's probably ever run in his career, actually running a career best buyer 2 races back. He's just not a winning type, but you can't ignore that he's in good form.
So, again, with who he's faced, the favorite, Power Seeker, the 4, there he is at 8-5. No question, the one to beat. But this big drop, is it a red flag? What about physically? Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, and there's also a little bit of a layoff to consider, Greg, as we'll take a look here at Power Seeker, a horse whom physically I've always been a fan of. So I do like, yet again, what I'm seeing from him as he returns to the barn of Linda Rice. And he's dappled. He looks so healthy. He's moving well enough for me. Maybe not as good as what I've seen from him in the past, but then again, we've seen Jose Lascano stay with the pony here today. I have seen him break away from the pony and get a little bit more of a warm-up than what he is receiving on this particular occasion. But if he remembers just an ounce of who he used to be and who he used to be facing, as Andy said, he should have this field over a barrel. But just to reiterate, wish I saw a little bit more from him in the warm-up, but back in the paddock, he did look fantastic. Now there's another horse coming in off of a layoff. That's number 5, Boss Making Boss Moves, who they decide to run for the waiver since we have not seen him since mid-April. And he's one that sometimes when I've seen him, he struggles a little bit carrying his weight. Well, that looks fantastic today. And he looks very healthy from the perspective of his coat. He has great energy. He's very bright. Did take him a little bit of time to warm up. It looks like he's moving well out there now. The fact of the matter, though, is I worry that maybe a start is needed because he looks as though he's carrying such great weight. And furthermore, he's a horse that I've always thought that while he's won at this mile distance, is just a touch better when going the 2 turns. So we'll see how he fares today. Might want to take the wait and see approach, but is 13-1 on the board. So all that being said, just kind of pushes one in the direction of number 2, Best Bet, who has the recency, who has the pace advantage, and I think looks fantastic here. Honestly, he probably looks best of any of these in here, even in the face of Power Seeker. Just looks so strong, so well defined, really got on his toes once we saw Eric Cancel get in the irons, and just is doing all the things that you want to see a horse that has that speed do. We'll see how he negotiates, the fact that there isn't really any other pace pressure, so that should be a help and an aid to him. Otherwise, I think, honestly, Greg, he might be the one to beat because he's the one they have to reel in.
Can that speed last?
Maggie likes her. You like him. I like him. Poor thing. Dragging around a lot of weight.
Yes, he is.
Well, I mean, he is the kind of obvious horse if you want to pick against the number 4 Power Seeker. You're taking the horse up front because Boss Making Boss Moves doesn't win that often, and he's in good form. So he makes a lot of sense. And now he's the exact same price as the 4. Probably not a great sign for the 4 Power Seeker, to be honest with you. Maggie's coming to Jamaica with me this year.
Is she?
I think that Maggie's going to steal my thunder there. I'm not sure I should let her go.
You think?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
They love you there, though.
Yeah, Maggie's pretty popular, too. So I don't know. We're going to bring Maggie into that simulcast area. She'll be very big there.
8-5 favorite has become the one to catch. This is your second choice. The big class dropper here for Linda Rice.
And now second choice. I mean, I don't know how you could have guessed this horse wouldn't be favored in here. Maybe it's a bad sign. I guess we'll find out in a couple of minutes. But surprised that horse is not favored, Power Seeker. But listen, I mean, it's been a while since he's run a good race. I mean, his last good race was August 23rd when he finished 6th. He has not run well. He came back here 8 months later in April, 7.5 months later. Didn't run terribly, but didn't run that well. Was a much better field than this. And then he ends up at Woodbine, a few months later, and synthetic and turf, and don't know what he was doing up there, but he tried 2 different surfaces that he does not like. So now he's back at least to the right surface. Shocked he's not favored.
Speed goes in. Best bet. The one to catch on the front end as we kick off this card and kick off this meet. Chris Griffin with the opener here from Aqueduct.
Marks the beginning of the Aqueduct meet. There's Power Seeker. Power Seeker goes in. Boss making boss moves. Boss making boss moves. Luis Rivera Jr. and Brew Pub. Ricardo Santana Jr. last to load to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off at Aqueduct. Power Seeker has early speed, so does Best Bet. And Best Bet now puts ahead in front. Power Seeker is taken back to 3rd, while Brew Pub will join the early mix. It's Best Bet well off the rail. Moving nicely now, and Best Bet is ahead in front of Brew Pub as they quickly come out of the chute. That's the top duo. Just behind them at the rail is Bad Larry. Purple Silks, Power Seeker towards the outside is a shared 3rd and 4th. Boss making boss moves. Makes a move from the back of the pack is second to last with the Triller. Lost in Rome. They work up the back stretch and they're paired up, and Best Bet to the inside and Brew Pub. 23.27 for the opening quarter mile. Best Bet back with the nose in front. Brew Pub not going anywhere. Right after them as Power Seeker is shoved along here from 3rd, and at the rail it's Bad Larry trying to keep up. Lost in Rome, just having to check briefly behind. Bad Larry, who was backing up out of it. Boss making boss moves is the Triller. 46.42 for a half-mile time, and smoothly gliding along its Best Bet. Pressure from Brew Pub, and here comes Power Seeker. Switching to the outside 3 wide is in pursuit. The front 3 have gotten away from the rest. Lost in Rome's trying to rally with Bad Larry. Far back. Boss making boss moves. They reach the top of the stretch, and they haven't caught Best Bet. Best Bet turns over home and sprints away. Best Bet is up by a half length. Brew Pub continues to give chase, and Power Seeker was stalking off that early pace, and now Power Seeker pushing on by. Best Bet battles on. Brew Pub in between horses. Power Seeker has not put away Brew Pub yet. Brew Pub continues to battle on. Power Seeker finding just enough. Power Seeker wins the opener. Power Seeker over Brew Pub, Best Bet, and Bad Larry in 1 minute 36.59 seconds.
We both liked the 2, but we were both shocked that this horse, who just won the race, did not go off the favorite, because there's no question he was the horse to beat. Power Seeker back to, without question, his preferred surface, and a huge drop in class and a win, the 4th of his career.
It's always an interesting point of a race when the field turns Rome, there's a horse in front. Does the horse sort of cut the corner and sort of get away from the field, or does the whole field come together? And what happened here was the field came together, and it was obvious, top of the stretch, that Brew Pub, Best Bet wasn't going to hold off either Brew Pub or Power Seeker. And listen, I tried to beat him. I think you and I were surprised that he ended up being a 7-5 favorite. But then again, if Power Seeker hadn't won, we'd have said they knew and he was dead in the board. They didn't know. He's had a perfect trip. He won.
4-6-2-3. Bad Larry completes the Super at 33-1. So look, for best bet, he had unexpected company early on in this race from Brew Pub with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think the pace was particularly fast, but yes. I mean, that's what we talked about with Ricardo. And Ricardo has had a very positive effect, I think, in general in racing here because he has an aggressive style. I think he has made other riders have to adapt to his riding style. And we have seen way too much passivity of here over the years. And I think Ricardo is reminding people that speed is good. And if you aren't alert the way he rides, he's going to win a lot of races at your expense.
But here, it's Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, a huge drop down in class, and class prevails for this 6-year-old.
And luckily, he had to beat Brew Pub, who, whatever Ricardo does, doesn't like to win. But I still maintain that he's been in his career form, and I think Ricardo's riding style has helped him.
We're going to take a break. Prices for this opener when we come back. We'll set up the early pick 4 when we return. 6 in a row. And for the first time ever on the New York circuit, 7 on a card. Flavien Prat. What a Sunday to close out the Belmont at the Big A meets. We'll have more on this reigning Eclipse Award winner when we come back.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The colors of fall. You call it fall or autumn?
Fall.
Okay.
I'm pretentious. I'm not that pretentious. My love, that's where I draw the line.
Program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action, including the pick 4 that's coming up next on our opening day card at this Aqueduct meeting. It's the not favorite, second choice, Power Seeker, shockingly did not go off favorite. Who gets the win to begin things? Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano for Avianca Holding Limited.
Despite the win odds, I believe the exacta that hit was the heavily favored exacta in this race, and so one where the win odds went against people like you and I who like the two. Just had no excuse, just wasn't good enough. But Power Seeker, I wouldn't say it was his A game, but it was a game that was good enough to get the win.
So Power Seeker, much easier competition. Back to a surface he should have been on. And gets his 4th career victory. All those wins coming on dirt. After the speed backs up and he rolls by Brew Pub. $5.94 for the win, 4.62 to kick things off in the opener. Race 2, the Tempted for 2-year-old fillies. 1-turn mile, and it's brought to you by Spencer Farms. 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Sire, this year's Derby, Belmont, and Travers winner. Sovereignty, our 2-year-old race of the day. Tom Amos showing up with Spa Prospector. Chicane, Saffie Joseph Jr., dominant gate-to-wire winner. August back at Gulfstream by more than 7 lengths, the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, now looking at doubles, this horse may end up a slight favorite over Believable, if that's believable at this point, as they're both very similar in the double. The win pools can be very separate. I liked Chicane's debut more than you did. You're trying to beat Chicane. I've got her on top.
Stablemate. We'll have the man on board we're going to tell you about right now. He's the reigning Eclipse Award winner, and Flavien Prat is proving he'll be very tough to unseat for that award. His precision, patience, and power in the saddle has made him one of racing's elites. And how about this late season exclamation point that he had to close out the meet at Belmont at the Big A, making history with a 7-win day.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
Flight line is in full flight.
Wet pink surging under Flavien Prat, national treasure, and Flavien Prat.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13, and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Vasilika strolls home in the Royal Heroine.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
What an incredible talent, and I mean, he is right there, maybe the slight leader to go back-to-back for Eclipse Award as Outstanding Rider.
Yeah, I don't think he's the lock he was last year. He was about 600,000 ahead of Irad going to Sunday. Obviously, Sunday won quite a bit of purse money in that race. Maybe it's closer to $1 million, though I'm sure Irad's had a couple winners at Churchill since then. It's going to be a bit of a fight between them, and they're two great riders. And Flavien's just had another good year, and he's just an exceptional rider, obviously.
Just incredible, not just that he can do everything so well. How he looks at a race, how he studies race, how he can sometimes surprise you too, and be forward when you don't expect it.
Well, I think he looked around and saw how unaggressive the riding was here, and he's been able to take advantage of it, and I think you're seeing that with Ricardo too, and I think it's helped the riding around here in general, because passive riding is getting punished more than it was for a period of time, I think, and Flavien and Ricardo have a lot to do with that.
A lot of people might have got this trivia question wrong. Had there ever been a 7-race winner on a card in New York history?
I might have thought Angel did it.
This was the first ever.
Amazing, right?
6 in a row for Flavien. And then growth trajectory brings him number 7.
And his 3 losses, he finished second.
Just incredible.
And one was a neck and one was a nose. And they were short prices, but he won on them all. And it's pretty amazing. I remember when Angel, I guess, won 6 in a row, or 6 races one day, front page of the New York Times.
Where was it this time around?
Not in the front page of the New York Times.
Should have been. What an accomplishment.
Sort of more interesting than most of the stuff I got to read in newspapers.
What an accomplishment for one of the most talented and gifted riders we have in our sport, and we'll see. It is going to come down to the wire between, seems like, Irad and Flavien again for who's going to win that award this time around. Both have had incredible years,
right,
regardless of what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get too caught up in the awards,
No.
and it's just, we're appreciative of all the good riders and all the riders in general. And we've seen, I think the level of riding is very high. The quality of the riding is really, really high, and I think that's the best thing for horse players, because at the end of the day, the better the riding, the less time we all complain and we look to blame the rider. I certainly do it more than my share of the time. But in general, you want to feel like at the end of the day, I lost because I didn't have a good enough horse. Or listen, some of these horses get bad trips. Most of the time, it's not the rider's fault when horses get bad trips.
Well, Prat has his work ahead of him in this next race coming up with Attempted. He is on the stablemate to the current even money favorite. CK the favorite, day-to-day Pratt's mount, who will break from the rail, whose win came on the turf at Colonial. Only dirt start. It was in the spin-away against Tommy Joe, but it was a long way back. Getting back to dirt today for the Tempted.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else won $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you. Spine tingling, jaw dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
Stop charging Maria by a half length. Stonetastic right there. And Derek Skirl, the long shot on the outside as they enter the stretch. 3/4 in 1:13. Stop Charging Maria leads by 2.5 lengths. Then it's Derek Skirl and Stonetastic, followed by Divided Attention and Potosi Silver. Stop Charging Maria draws away in the stretch, and Stop Charging Maria posts a convincing score in the Tempted, won by 9 or 10.
And the best by far was yet to come. For Stop Charging Maria would go on to win in a row. Black Eyed Susan, Coaching Club American Oaks, Alabama, and then the next year would upset the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
She did. She beat Stellar Wind to Keeneland. I remember it well. It was back in whenever. I think it was American Pharaoh's year. It was probably 2015. It's a nice horse. Really nice horse.
$3 million plus in earnings in her career. 9 for 18 lifetime. What a runner. So one of the good ones to come out of the Tempted. Here's a look at Believable. Same connections. Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable. Kendrick Carmouche will get this mountain. First time out. Tried to go a mile. Not an easy thing to do on dirt, and won, and had to grit it out against one with a little more experience for Chad Brown, who would come back to win next time out. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we saw a young Michael McCarthy there in the winner's circle too. Before he went out on his own, was the assistant to Todd Pletcher here in New York. As we'll start with that filly coming out of the same barn in number 5, Believable, who was flattered somewhat by Concurrently, who would come back and yes, give Flavien Prat one of those 7 winners that we saw here on Sunday. Just earned a 69 buyer, so improving 1 point from her effort second time out. But Believable was able to do that in her first start, which I think earns her some extra credit points, because a mile on top of that isn't an easy distance to tackle in your first outing either. So this is actually the first time I'm seeing her in the flesh. I didn't cover that race here in the paddock, but she is a big girl. I see why they opted to go the distance first time around. So you don't have to worry about her second here time around trying to get it. But she's an impressive looking filly, and the fact that I like the way she's put together. She's a little bit more narrow up front, but then it kind of spreads out into this big, massive hindquarter to her that she just looks really strong. If anything, I would take a gander to say that she is even come out of the race better than what she went into it. I think she'll be tough in this spot here, as she's currently your second choice, and to her inside is the one taking the early money in number 4, Sakane, for Safi Joseph, who is very quick out of the gate. First time out, going the 7 furlongs at Gulfstream Park. We'll see what number 2, Schilling, has to say about the early pace, as well as some others who are stretching out in distance, like the 3. But Sakane coming in here of a bit of a freshening does look incredibly fit here. You know, Safi is one of those trainers whose horses do tend to carry some extra conditioning overall. That's not the case. She is very defined, very lean looking, but strong. Do I like her as much on appearances as Believable? No, but I do respect her. So we'll see how the pace develops, I think, is the biggest question mark I have, at least looking at these horses here in the paddock. Greg?
All right, thank you, Maggie. We'll get to the post-parade momentarily. 7 minutes away from a start. Sakane. This race was not much of a race. Put this field away on the front end and opened up big time in the stretch.
I looked up. There were 4 dirt races that day at Gulfstream, and 3 of them were one on the front end. I don't know. Maybe it was a track that was kind of speed. 1 to 7 furlongs, first time out. Never the easiest thing to do. You can talk about Believable winning at a mile. This horse won at 7 furlongs. She wasn't even favored, actually, in here. It was very impressive. I picked her on top. I prefer her to Believable. And I'll tell you what, I'm scared of Schilling. I don't think it's a 2-horse race by any stretch of the imagination. I'm scared of Schilling as well. The 2.
So 6-5, though, on the Safi Joseph Jr. runner, who we all expect to be in front, right?
Well, the pace projector has Believable in front. I happen to agree with you. I think that Sakane's going to be in front. But the pace projector has Believable considerably in front, which means that there's a chance that, in fact, she is.
Okay.
I was surprised by that. I think you and I talked about that. When I say pace projector, it's the Timeform US pace projector. Something to look at a lot. And I think one of the things that's good about the pace projector is it gives you a feel for the race. And like this case, you and I are both questioning whether or not they're going to be right about it. You know, we wonder if that's going to be really the case. And sometimes it comes down to which rider wants to be more aggressive, too, right?
And to be fair to them, and I've been critical sometimes, they just don't have the information. They're basing it off of what horses have done, and sometimes
Strictly pace figures,
different surfaces that don't equate to with the surface they're running on.
Well, what you're talking about, and I agree, as you know wholeheartedly, is the difference between turf speed and dirt speed.
Yeah.
They'll sometimes have a dirt horse never in the turf as the speed, and we kind of know that the fast turf sprinters are usually faster than the dirt sprinters. Not always, but often that's the case. But it's just anything. I think one of the things that's good about whether it's speed figures, and like I like to use the Timeform U.S. pace speed figures, which are pace-based, and the buyers to see ones that disagree and figure out why.
Here is the man we just showed you, the feature, the reigning Eclipse Award winner, Flavien Prat, on day-to-day.
If you like a horse Flavien Prat is riding, you're going to get too low a price, and that's the case right now.
Shilling for the red-hot Ken McPeek coming off a maiden win.
I thought the last win was good. I believe this horse is an overlay at 9-2, at 5-1 now.
Tom Amos showing up with Spa Prospector.
I hope I'm wrong, but I didn't know if this horse really was going to just good enough to beat these horses going a mile.
Was just beat by the Schuylerville winner, Kingsolver at Keeneland. C. Kane, speedster for Staffy Joseph Jr.
Yeah, we'll see if this one's in front. I'm kind of interested myself.
And believable first-time out winner, $800,000 Daughter of Curling.
And I think something worth mentioning, you know, Maggie had pointed out correctly that concurrently winning here on Sunday, it improved 1 buyer point. But I think concurrently ran better than that 1 buyer point improvement because she was involved in a pace that completely fell apart and she held off a closer. So that race could even be a little better than that, just suggesting that.
So 2-1 second choice. This one right here, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, Kendrick Carmouche, and the outside post in this compact field of 5. Let's show you the debut. 1 turn mile, first time out, minor stumble coming out of the gate, then had to fight off this Chad Brown, more experienced runner for the win.
On the other hand, she won one of the miracle bobs in history. Now, it looked like concurrently was going right by her, and even if she had lost the bob, she did a very good job fighting back. But, I mean, every time I watch this race, I cannot believe that concurrently lost this race. Because
it is amazing.
You're going to see it right now. She's in front here, right? I mean, that was the bob of bobs of bobs.
Every single point, the runner-up was in front, except that 1 fraction of a second at the wire.
Crazy. So she could be a maiden. Now, she probably would have broken her maiden in the maiden race on Sunday, or maybe they would have run her back as a maiden in this race. But she might be okay. I certainly don't think there's a significant difference between her and the 4 and 5. I just happen to prefer the 4, and I think at 5-1, the 2 is value.
So here's the now 6-5 favorite. 7 furlongs in that debut effort where she looks ready to roll today here.
Yeah, I really liked her debut. I like the fact that Safi seems to have taken his time with her. You know, you look at it, she broke her maiden August 15th. She shows her work on September 6th, September 13th, September 27th. She went up to Saratoga October 18th. So it doesn't seem like if she had an issue, she had a brief cold or a temperature. She didn't miss much time in her workouts, and Safi brought her up to Saratoga to prepare her, I would assume, for this race. And if things go well, I would imagine he wants to go to the Demoiselle in a few weeks.
Nearly 3 months away for this one, for the comeback. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, and you know, the reason why I kind of posed that question as I tossed it back to you, Greg, as you guys discussed with the pace, is because I agree too. And I think that maybe there's that difference when it comes to the Timeform US pace figures, because these horses were ridden differently too, because those figures can't take that into consideration. Where we saw number 4, Sakane, she broke so quickly, and so it was so naturally fast, but then her rider, Edgar Zayas, was able to kind of take her in hand to slow things down a little bit. And obviously, it didn't matter. She had plenty left in the tank, whereas number 5, Believable, Kendrick had to be after her every step of the way, and to her credit, she kept responding. But I do think that Sakane is a more naturally fast horse, as number 2, Shilling, she showed speed in her second start when stretching from the 6.5 to the 7, but she did have everything her own way on a track where it paid to be that type of runner. Did post a respectable figure for that winning effort. She does look good here for Kenny McPeek and Jimmy Jerkens, having her under his tutelage throughout her career thus far. She honestly looks like a Jimmy Jerkens trainee, just that great weight and conditioning, totally dappled, a little bit edgy, you know, hinting at the fact that she should show at least a little bit of early speed. Not that she's as fast as the aforementioned duo, but just should put herself in a forward position. We'll see. She's a fairly decent price up there considering the number that she posted last time, but I agree, she had everything her own way. And then to her inside, as Andy correctly pointed out, day to day, you're getting a shorter price than you should. On this filly who's only tried the dirt once. Now, granted, it was in a grade 1 against some tougher company, and while she was completely out-sprinted early while being urged along by Ricardo Santana, she was 2 to 3 wide, and then, you know, Ricardo kind of got to the lane and realized, look, Tommy Joe's gone. I'm not going to be able to make much impact here, and he just kind of stood up in the irons, wrapped up on her, and under her own will, she made up some ground. So I just thought that was hinting at the fact that more ground would be preferable for her. I know she didn't run well in her subsequent Miss Grillo try on the turf where she did break her maiden, but I thought it was interesting going back to the dirt. And boy, I wouldn't have talked about her if I didn't like her warm up so much. She looked like she was moving incredibly well over this surface and is quite a bigger, robust filly that suggests that at least getting some more ground to try on the dirt should be to her liking, Greg.
Yeah, we'll find out. The only win for Pratt's Mount day to day, the stablemate of the favorite, was on turf, Colonial in the debut.
Yeah, and the dirt race was not a lot to recommend, finishing a very distant 4th in the spin-away. Flavien Prat's going to get bet. He's the new IRAD around here. He's going to assume the mantle from IRAD of getting overbet around here.
It's amazing the difference in the price between the 1 and the 2, isn't it?
It's crazy that the 1 is half the price of the 2. The 2 is at least twice as likely to win as the 1. But they're just going to bet Flavien on whatever he rides. And this is a clear-cut example of that.
But it is day-to-day's stablemate who's been favored throughout. C. Kane, the 4, first out winner. Gate to wire, 7 3/4 length winner in that debut on the front end of Gulfstream back in August. Been favored throughout, although Believable is trying to close that gap a little bit to the outside. Tempted. Stake for 2-year-old fillies. 1-turn mile. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
C. Kane. C. Kane goes in. Believable. Goes in. All set. And they're off in the Tempted. C. Kane right to the front with plenty of speed. C. Kane, the early leader. Spa Prospector moves towards the outside. Mild pressure here towards the inside with Schilling, who's now going to be a shared second as they really back off the pace. The 2 trailers, Day to Day and Believable. They're chasing C. Kane from out of the chute, and now C. Kane has given up the lead to Schilling, who puts a nose in front. Schilling and C. Kane, they're 1-2 through a 23 seconds flat opening quarter mile. Little Keen, as Spa Prospector is trying to settle in behind horses with At the Rail moving forward. That's Day to Day. The trailer, Believable. They work up the backstretch. It's a moderate tempo up top as Schilling is in front by a half length. C. Kane stalking the pace setter right here from second as they approach a half mile left to go. Spa Prospector still watching them from third. 47.30 for a half mile time. At the Rail saving all the ground. That's Day to Day. Believable. Tightly bunched here in the Tempted and well into the far turn. And now get in the queue is C. Kane. Edgard, Zayas, and C. Kane. They are now challenging to the outside of Schilling, who won't give up the lead. Schilling has found more, is back to a neck in front. The favorite took a shot at Schilling, and Schilling said no. Schilling hugs the rail and kicks away. Schilling is trying to run them right off their feet in the Tempted. Here comes Believable to the outside of C. Kane, who's back to third. Day to Day is trying to rally on as they approach a final furlong. Schilling is trying to really run them off their feet, swishing her tail about. Schilling is almost there inside the final 16th. Give it to Christopher Elliott and Schilling to win the Tempted. Believable second, then came C. Kane. And Day to Day in 1 minute 38.45 seconds.
Well, we looked at the board. We were in shock that this filly went off at 7-1, and that made her extremely, I mean, she was already playable. Schilling, big performance here. favorite actually came up to her and she just powered away.
I mean, she just ran away from top of the stretch. And, you know, talking about before the first race, they make that turn, right? Sometimes they come together, so they don't. This horse drew off. And this was a very good ride by Christopher Elliott because he sensed the pace was slow, and he went. And she's not supposed to be in front. Pace Protector had her a distant fourth. But Christopher saw they weren't going fast, and he took advantage of that. This crazy that she was 7-1 and the one was 4-1. Forget about the fact that she's not supposed to be 7-1. That she's twice the price almost as the one is insanity. And this is one of these cases where I think we both picked her second, but I think both of her, you know, you have to adjust the board when she's 7-1 and bet a few dollars on her because this is just a crazy price.
This will, I don't care what happens the rest of it. This is the biggest overlay. This is one of the biggest overlays.
This is as big an overlay as you'll see.
But yeah.
This is a horse that could easily have paid $8. I'm not saying she's going to be favored, but I imagine that the morning line, she's probably
4-1.
Yeah, she's 4-1. She's a $9 horse or something.
Probably should have. I mean, day to day was 7-2 morning line. She probably should have been lower.
Yeah, this is wild.
2-5-4-1. Schilling. Sometimes it's beautiful in this game. You get situations like this.
Well, the lesson is you don't bet horses just because you picked them. They're your top choice. You look at the odds. And this is a horse that if you're looking, you have to bet a few dollars on. And it seems like you get rewarded on those sometimes.
Ken McPeak, Christopher Elliott, Fern Circle Stables. It is Schilling in the Tempted at 7-1, 2-5-4-1. Finish prices when we come back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Mike, give us a 10 count if you could, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Do you hear yourself?
No.
You do not. Okay, cool. Sure. Can you go in front of the camera, Brian?
Yeah.
Hi, Brian.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Hi, Brian. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, Brian.
Yes.
How's it going?
We're just having trouble with the other phone right now, so we're trying to figure that out.
Yep, all right. Got it. The mics and the IFBs work. That's
I have no idea.
Thanks, Brian.
We're
Okay,
testing
thank you.
mics. Back on America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the sport, check out americasbestracing.net today. The Tempted. It is Schilling. Ken McPeak, Fern Circle Stables, Christopher Elliott at 7-1 with the upset. Back-to-back wins coming off that maiden score Belmont at Aqueduct. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here in the winner's circle by Jimmy Jerkens, who manages the barn for Kenny McPeak here in New York. And Jimmy, Schilling, last time running well, but setting the pace. Today, I thought Christopher gave her a very astute ride and sensing they were going slow early, and she dominated.
Yeah, and especially, I think I felt really good when she got that second quarter as slow as she did. I thought it would take a lot to beat her from there on.
We were all surprised, I think including you, that she went off 7-1, considering she ran a fast race last time.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I guess, it's all good connections that are in there, and they always, you got Todd, you got Safi, and you have Flavien, and, they get a lot of respect. But, yeah, and, the delay, the cancellation helped our filly a little bit because she worked too fast the other day, just 10 days after her race, and it was a blessing that she had 3 or 4 more days to get over it, so it worked out just right for us.
That's perfect. Well, talk a little bit about her. You've had her from the get-go. Has she always shown you the promise and, the desire to go further?
Pretty much. I don't know about further, really, but she showed pretty good speed, and it works right from the outset. She was a little slow to learn about the gate, but now that doesn't seem the problem. She breaks really sharp, and she behaves in there, so that was her... That's why she didn't get to the races a little earlier, was because she had a little bit of gait issue, but looks like she's well over it.
So she's overcome that, and now she is a stakes winner. Congratulations, well done.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Jimmy Jerkens here, taking down the Tempted with the cleverly named Schilling. I don't know, pounds to pennies, Greg.
Indeed, and as Jimmy said, maybe a little fortunate too after very honest there, went a little too fast in that morning work.
Let me tell you, Jimmy Jerkens is a lot of things. One of them is not dishonest. He's a man who has something to say, and he says it. And I have great respect for Jimmy, both personally and professionally. I think it's great for him.
What a pickup for the McPeak barn to get him.
It's been great for Kenny, but it's been great for Jimmy too.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of situations that work well. He's a terrific, terrific trainer, and I'm so glad he's back too. I missed him when he was in Saudi. We didn't talk as much. We didn't text as much. He's back. He's a good guy, and he's a terrific trainer. It's working out great for him.
Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day to the talented Schilling now, who is back-to-back wins, now a stakes winner in just the 3rd start of her career. Race 3 starts off a mandatory pay pick 5. And here we go, 6.5 furlongs. New York bred, maiden special weight, where Red Velvet Cake, there's no question, the one to beat, but what are the concerns?
Well, yeah, if she runs her first race, she's going to be under even money in all likelihood.
Good night,
looking at doubles.
good luck.
She's going to win. And somebody's going to have to run an aberrationally good race. The question is, this is a barn that's good at cranking them up first time, getting the money. And I mean that in a positive as a complimentary way. And sometimes when you do that with 2-year-olds, they don't run as well the second time out. So that's the concern. If she runs that race, she's going to win. Both you and I are going to try to beat her, though.
With different horses.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we come back. We'll look ahead to the weekend when we return as well. A lot of stakes coming up on the Saturday card, including early on, race 3 on Saturday, the Dwyer. Brad Cox, disco time, has never lost. Brings his perfect 4-for-4 record here to New York for the first time off a victory at Fairmount Park.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Mike Smith hand-riding Holy Bull to mid-stretch. In control by 3. Twining, still running second. Bay Street Star is laboring, and it's going to be Holy Bull again. He is just strolling home to victory here. Holy Bull wins with dazzling ease.
Would continue on. That was coming off the Met Mile, by the way.
Won the Haskell.
Haskell, Travers, Woodward, Olympic. What a career, what a horse.
I mean, you know, people that were around then will remember Twining was a Darley horse that Scotty Shawver trained that was undefeated going into the race and good. I don't think he was much more than 4-1, if even that, in the race against Holy Bull. That's how much respect he got. Holy Bull beat him like he was a 10-claimer. You know, this is a horse that battled, you know, people talking about rabbits. Wayne Lucas ran Comanche Trail as a rabbit against him in the Travers 2 starts later, at 1.25 miles for Tabasco Cat. The rabbit hounded him through the first half. Holy Bull flicked him off, and one of the great performances of all time. Holy Bull was a horse, I mean, his Woodward, take a look at the horses he beat in the Woodward and the Met Mile, the older horses. He was a tremendous, tremendous racehorse. And, you know, of course, you mentioned he won that. He didn't run the Breeders' Cup. He wasn't nominated. And back then it was prohibited, and you had to pay every year. So he didn't run in there. And, of course, he won the Olympic. I was there for that. And then, unfortunately, he pulled up in the first turn against Cigar in the Don. We never got that. The worst, you know, fortunately, he was okay. But we never got to see a rivalry between Holy Bull and Cigar that, as great as the legacy of Cigar was, it would be different, because I don't think that he would have beaten Holy Bull every time, but they would have put on one hell of a show. What a horse he was.
Incredible horse. This year's edition of the Dwyer, again, race 3 on Saturday. Our ABR race of the week, 1-turn mile. Used to have a different position on the calendar, and
I tell you,
Suge McGahee used it as a prep to win a Travers.
Well, you know, I mean, Rob McClennan, the race secretary, is trying to find places for these races to save them. It's lost its grade. That's how far the race has gone down. This is a terrific race. I know it's not a big field, but you've got Tip Top Thomas coming off an Indiana Derby win and a win in a stake at Parks. You've got Disco Time, who ran one of the more impressive races we saw from any 3-year-old in his last start. I know it was the St. Louis Derby, but this was a wildly impressive fast race.
Here it is, yeah, 102 buyer, not to mention a 102 buyer off a long time away. We hadn't seen him since January 18th. Basically, still sort of a 2-year-old. This was, in some respects, almost his 3-year-old debut, wasn't it?
You're right, because he won the Lecomte, right, which was in January.
January
so,
18th,
I mean, he
yeah,
basically, you're
track.
right. And basically, yeah, and he improves much worse. Now, you want to see them do it in New York and the bigger circuits, but this could be a serious player going forward, a serious horse.
Tip Top Thomas, we have gotten to know pretty well for Todd Pletcher. And this is a look at the Smarty Jones win. He had won the Grade 3 Indiana Derby prior, where we saw him beat Cole Battle.
Yeah, he's going to have to step his game up if he's going to beat Disco Time, and I think Mott's horse as well. He got a big speed bias in his favor at Indiana when he won. In fact, it's a nice horse. I worry that he didn't run in the Pennsylvania Derby. I think Todd was using this as a prep, and you know, maybe he just thought, Todd, I don't know what the situation, whether he had an issue or something. It's you could say it's softer competition. It's not softer competition if Disco Time runs his last race, and I don't think it's softer competition at all. I even think Crudo, going back to the dirt, is a dangerous horse on the far outside, the other Pletcher runner.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, Stars in Stripes, we saw continue on at Saratoga. He had emerged in the second start of his career on a wet track, got his first try since that maiden score again on a fast track, and he backed it up. 90 Beyer speed figure winning going away at Saratoga.
Yeah, he's obviously going to have to get faster from a speed figure standpoint if Disco Time runs that number, but I'm not sure he can. I like him turning back to a one-turn mile off this. This is another horse that could be a real play. This is a very good race, and I think all of these horses are using this race to see if they want to take on the older horses in the Cigar Mile. It's a fun race. I got to tell you. I know it's a smaller field, but we've seen Dwyers that have had small fields and sort of one horse that can't lose. This is a deep race. All 4 horses under 10-1 are major players in here.
Again, race 3, Saturday, 12:40 Eastern start time for this year's edition of the Dwyer. Take a look at all the stakes coming up on that Saturday program. Mother Goose, Hill Prince, Long Island. Your favorite, the Pumpkin.
Pumpkin Pie being brought back because we had to cancel it, but the Mother Goose, a 9 or 10 or 3. You got the runner-up Drexel Hill from the Kentucky Oaks making her return. That's a terrific race. Another situation where they've moved a race to try to save it, and they're doing a hell of a job because that's a really good race this year.
Long Island looks loaded, too.
Long Island is big. The Hill Prince at 9-horse field is a fun race. These are tomorrow's cards. I'm telling you, I'm a shill. I am an admitted shill, but I don't lie to you. These Friday and Saturday cards are very strong.
Back to race 3. It starts a mandatory pay pick 5, and that is no question the one to beat, Red Velvet Cake. 6-5 right now off a big effort. Second, beat a nose back on September 18th. Belmont and Aqueduct was 7 clear of the 3rd place finisher who happens to be in this race, the 4, Patience and Grace.
Yeah, I like a Red Velvet Cake. You might be surprised to hear that.
Oh, it's so good. Let's
no
go down to
cake I
Maggie.
would ever turn down.
Oh, with some cream cheese icing. Guys, I'm right there with you. It's actually making me hungry just thinking about it. But for that matter, I'm not going to discuss Red Velvet Cake, the horse here in the paddock. We'll take a look at some others. And making only her 2nd start is number 1 on the rail, Red Boots, who I thought kind of ran sneaky well first time out. But that was on the turf, where she kind of sat mid-pack, and then she never really had a clear lane through the stretch until very late and ran on there. Now, looking at her pedigree, it is actually more of a dirt pedigree. She's by Will Take Charge. The Dam, she ran well going long on the main track, and she's a half to Clancy Fancy, who was a decent dirt sprinter for Chris Engelhardt. But looking at her here in the paddock, she does really have that proverbial turf hoof to her, very slack pastern as well. Don't be concerned that the front wraps go on. That's what Chris Engelhardt runs his horses in all the time when on the main track here. She looks like she should be quick, which is good considering she's going to be breaking from that inside post position just to get her a decent spot if there is a negative reaction to the kickback in her first start in a race on the main track. So I wish she was a little bit more convincing physically getting to this surface. Number 2, Bodega's Flavien Prat will be aboard for Jimmy Bond. She rode her last time, and she's kind of had some stops and starts in her career, and she finished 4th in that same race with Red Velvet Cake. She was pretty slow early, and then she made up a little bit of ground through the lane. Now, the fact of the matter is she gets to pair races back-to-back for the first time ever. And I think she looks by far the fittest that she has ever appeared before a race. Much more tucked up. She makes an excellent appearance here in the paddock. I mean, she is just resplendent in her coat. She looks strong. I know the barn has struggled throughout this year, but you could not ask a filly to look any better than what she does. She by far looks best in this field. As we'll move on to Bill Mott's charge, number 6, Lady Angelina. I get it if you'd like to give her another shot here in a dirt sprint, because her first one, she was kind of involved in the pace where she pressed it 3 wide. She had a lot of company, and then she got a bit tired through the stretch. And she does strike me as a filly that probably, going first time out, she wouldn't have been the fittest, because she is as broad as she is tall. I mean, she's shaped like a quarter horse. So with that in mind, I do think that the turf is probably a little bit of an easier surface for her. So I get why they tried that in her next start. To me, she looks more like a turf sprinter, but I could be forgiving for that first effort. Craig?
See what happens coming back as we get set for the post parade here. Thanks, Maggie. 6 minutes away from the start of a mandatory pay pick 5. Riders up. Junior Alvarado. What a year. Didn't get to finish off his dream season, unfortunately, with Sovereignty. But in your eyes, lock for Horse of the Year?
I think he is.
I do too.
I think he should be Horse of the Year. I just don't think the others did enough to make a good enough case over him. You know, he had a sensational year. When you win the Derby and the Travers and the Belmont, I don't see how anybody's record is as good as that.
Here's Red Boots. Chris Engelhardt, only start has been sprinting on the turf.
I like this turf to dirt move for Chris, the horse who has plenty of dirt pedigree. I picked this one second. I'm taking a couple shots against the favorite.
Bodegas, Jimmy Barn, Flavien Prat.
Yeah, could improve a little bit off that race, but was almost 10 lengths behind the favorite last time.
First-time starter, stablemate here, Neri.
It caught my eye that Ricardo Santana had the mount in this one and Pratt in the other one, but not taking any money.
The one who got walloped by Red Velvet Cake, Patience and Grace.
Yeah, but maybe she improves a little bit. She's got to hope, though, the other one doesn't run back to her race.
Kevin Bond, son of Jimmy Bond with a 2 and 3. 3-9's fine. Looks like, I think, is going to be in front.
Yeah, we were discussing whether she's the one that can be forward with Red Velvet Cake. We'll see how that materializes. She's dangerous.
Bill Mott, Lady Angelina.
As much as I like Bill Mott, I don't get this one. She just doesn't know any running in her 2 races.
Aperitif, only start was on the dirt, and it was a debut, which is forgivable.
It is and it isn't, because she didn't do any running, and she improved so readily when moved to the turf that I'm not a fan. They're just seeing if they should run her in the winter, basically.
Red Velvet Cake, odds on.
I can't bet her at 3 to 5, but she is the horse to beat.
And Rare Society, who in the world would like this horse?
Me. I thought this horse getting back to the right surface. I like the fact that Linda didn't drop this horse down, and I have seen these kind of form reversals for her before. I took a shot at a big price. I didn't think she'd be this big a price.
I knew Andy liked the 9. That's why I went there. It's a big long shot, though. Everyone may have their hands full, though, with this one. 3 to 5, Red Velvet Cake. Javier Castellano for Melanie Giddings. We'll be back.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we get set for a mandatory pay pick 5. or we have a 3 to 5 favorite to begin things in this New York bred maiden special weight coming up.
Yeah, she's a little bit over bet here at 1 to 2, to be honest. I mean, her first race was very good. I'm not going to deny it. Sunshine Lily, who beat her, got an absolute dream trip to beat her. She ran very, very well. But a lot of times with 2-year-olds, not well, she's a 3-year-old, excuse me, but a lot of time with first-time starters, they're cranked up, and we've seen it particularly from Mel before. They're cranked up to win first time, and they don't come back as run as well. Now, having said that, she could probably run worse and still win this race. The question is how much worse, and is 1 to 2 a fair price to take, Greg? She ran very well first time. I mean, she never wanted to give it up, and she did all the dirty work.
Look how far back it was to third as well. Let's go to Maggie for more on the favorite.
Yeah, number 8, Red Velvet Cake. You know, she looked really ready, as Andy was implying that she looked cranked up for that first start. She's not my type. Physically, she really lacks a depth of girth. There's not much of her. She can win here, but considering I don't like the way she looks, I'm not going to take her at 1 to 2. As number 5, 395. If you go back to her last dirt effort, in which she was entered as an MTO, I thought she ran well. She broke running. She chased in a strung out field, just got a bit tired late behind the gate to wire winner, and I'm kidding. So she looks incredibly fit coming back here. And Andy, when I watched the replay of number 9, Rare Society, I said, there's no doubt about it. Andy's picking this horse because you're right. Linda wins with these types.
31 to 1.
Not usually at 30 to 1.
If you want to take a shot.
I'm live in the double, so, you know. There's a no value double, by the way. It's right at value, I think. It's right around there. Well, everybody's inflated because the 8 is 2 to 5. The 8 is not 2 to 5 in any pool other than the win pool. So if the 8 doesn't if the 8 doesn't win or even run second, everyone's going to say, the exactas and tries are low. No, it's that this horse is massively overbet in the win pool.
Here's the big long shot Andy likes. 1 to 4 favorite now on the 8, Red Velvet Cake. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Lady Angelina with a burst of speed from in between horses. Also right there is 3-9's Fine. Joining them towards the outside, here comes a run from Red Velvet Cake and Rare Society in that early fray too. Just off of them is Aperitif, is back to the 5th position. In 6th at the rail, there's Red Boots, traveling in tandem with the 7th place in Bodegas. The 2 at the back, that's Patience and Grace, and the trailer is Neri. They approach 4 furlongs left to go, 22.78 for the opening quarter mile. 3-9's Fine as the leader is up by a neck. Here's Red Velvet Cake in full pursuit, tight hold just looming up on the outside, and Lady Angelina right in behind them in 3rd is just drafting off the top 2. Aperitif is splitting rivals. Rare Society is in there, Patience and Grace. From the back, Neri starts to rally on. The 2 trailers going to be Red Boots and Bodegas. They approach, a quarter mile left to go, and there's a split for Lady Angelina. Gets a dream run in between horses. Backing up quickly is Red Velvet Cake, but battling on is 3-9's Fine. 3-9's Fine, and Lady Angelina, who was well placed right behind the leaders, is got a neck in front. 3-9's Fine won't go away. Lady Angelina, 3-9's Fine. Far back to the rest. Give it to Lady Angelina. Junior Alvarado, they get the victory. 3-9's Fine second, then Rare Society and Patience and Grace in 1 minute 17.67 seconds.
Lady Angelina, 3rd time the charm, Belmont, Junior Alvarado.
Boy, did she improve. She didn't do much running first time out. She was involved in the pace, but the winner was part of that pace too. She came back, tried the turf as the favorite, no run. Much the best today, good trip or not. She actually got through. Your 5 ran very well to be second. And we were all right to try to beat the number 8. It's just we didn't come up with the right horse. My Rare Society to run 3rd at 37 to 1. Horses like this, these are handicapping lessons, you know? Be very careful of horses that run huge first time out. They often do not come back in their second starts. And you can say the pace hurt her, nonsense. It wasn't that fast, and she dueled with the 5 who beat her by a city block. The 8 simply did not run in here. And I'm going to look at this exacta, and like I said beforehand, people are going to gripe about these payouts, and it's not like that. What's this, the 6, what did it pay, 6.5? 6.5 is at $132, which seems fine, but it's probably going to look a little light, you know, when people see the payouts. Actually, that's not bad.
6.594.
Should just keep my 9 third and tries. I would have done great.
Would have, you know.
$28.
Always easy after the fact.
I don't know why I didn't go all 9. I always do that, as you know. I'm a big all guy.
Yeah, it's a big play for you. Lady Angelina, 8-1. Mott Alvarado. And the Daughter of Violence gets her maiden score here. Third time out, getting back on dirt. Third in the books. And another, this could play huge with a pick 5 that's shaping up to be very nice.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was third in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charlaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of 6-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
As they say, book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
If you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage of America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 3 in the books. Lady Angelina. First dirt start, left quite a bit to be desired, but she has taken a big move forward.
Yeah, she was good today.
8-1. Let's go down to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Junior Alvarado aboard Lady Angelina. And Junior showed a lot of speed in her debut on the dirt. Then you came back and you rode her on the turf, but she was ready to go today.
Yeah, you know, it was strange the way she was acting in the paddock. You know, she seems very sharp today, more than the last time. Even though last time we were trying on the turf to see, you know, what to do after, you know, to see if she was able to handle the turf. But then, you know, we put it back today in the dirt. And, I mean, I think she showed up like she's been showing in the morning. You know, she's always a good work in the morning. So I'm just glad we got the win today.
So Bill lets you work her.
Yeah.
Unlike Sovereignty.
Yes, exactly. I was able to work her a couple of times. You know, I think here the assistant Liana, you know, I always help her in the morning. So she let me work her, and, you know, she was working very good.
Obviously, some disappointment last weekend with Sovereignty having to scratch, but nice consolation prize when Scylla dominated the distaff. Junior, you know, obviously the favorite not breaking that well, but she just drug you to the lead, and it was a tour de force for her.
Yeah, you know, it was one of those races where, you know, I think she might have just threw the race of her life right there. You know, she came out of the gate, and she was more aggressively than any other race I watched before, and even before the last time when I rode her. So, you know, I just let it go. The first part, just like try to figure out what she really wanted. And when we passed by the first time by the wire, you know, she was still tugging in. So I was like, well, if you're ready to run today, I'm okay with that. So I just let it cruise along. And I mean, she was very good.
She really was. It was really fun to watch. Well, Junior, congratulations there. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
All right, Lady Angelina breaks her maiden and does so quite nicely for the Junior Mott team here, Greg.
Big win for them with overcoming that disappointment of Sovereignty, getting a fever, not being able to run in the Classic. Big performance from Scylla, though.
I feel like, is it possible that was Bill's only other entrant on the entire Breeders' Cup cards? Maybe he did. But you know, it's funny. In Junior's, Junior's talking about it. You can see it watching the replay. It's not like Junior made some concerted effort to center the front. She dragged him to the front. That was, I've always liked Scylla. That was some performance by her. And I don't know if she's running next year or not, but if she is, she could be a force in that division. But I'd still give Torpedo Anna the Eclipse. I think she deserves it, Torpedo Anna, the Eclipse.
Probably.
Flawed division.
Probably.
I thought she had the best year of anybody.
We've had another big upset here. Let's set up the fourth quickly before we take a quick break. Mile inner turf, New York Bred's allowance optional claiming field. I thought a terrific betting race, this one. And wow, Alan Turing, who has gotten better turning back in distance, right now the 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, we were discussing this, you and I, earlier in the show today, that he'd probably take money off the sprint wins. I don't see how he can win this off his route races, so if you're betting him, you're assuming he's improved. You and I think he improved sprinting. We'll see. It's an interesting race.
Talk more about this field when we come back. We'll look ahead to more weekend action. Grade 2 Mother Goose, first start back since a surprising runner-up finish in the Kentucky Oaks to good cheer. Drexel Hill back for Whit Beckman. We'll talk her chances in that Mother Goose race 9 on Saturday right after this.
Today at the 16th hole, Godite is second, but Elite Power does it again.
Down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
And with a decisive thrust, it's Rachel Alexandra to the lead. And now they're turning it on. Calvin Burrell cuts his filly loose, and she's pouring it on in a dazzling display here. Nothing left for the other two. Coming down to the final 16th of a mile, her march to greatness continues. Rachel Alexandra wins ease Again, a huge margin. It was almost 20 lengths again.
First of all, how good is Tom Durkin? He almost nailed 19 1/4 lengths. That's incredible to be that accurate. Kentucky Oaks win by 20+ lengths. Beats the boys in the Preakness, then this performance, then beats the boys in the Haskell, and then, of course, the big one,
the Woodward,
that shook the rafters.
And her performances were so much better than they looked. The horses that finished well behind her, Malibu Prayer, she won the Chaluki later as a Great Stakes winner for Mark Hennig. The third finisher in there, Flashing, well, she won the Test, and she won the Gazelle, the MIG rotor in the Gazelle. I think it probably rode in the Test too. She's a multiple Grade 1 winner, beaten by a city block by her. She dueled in the Preakness with the eventual Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Big Drama, and still won at a mile and 3/16. She dueled the whole field in the Woodward and still won the race. And she beat Summerbird, who was far and away the best 3-year-old that year over a very good quality road. Beat him like he was a gnat in the Haskell. And remember her trainer, Tim Ice, commenting to me, his trainer saying, well, I couldn't beat her. Like.
Well, too, let's consider what Calvin Burrell did. He took off the Derby winner to ride her in the Preakness. Take a look at this year's field in the Mother Goose.
Good move.
Drexel Hill, yes. Coming off a runner-up finish at the Kentucky Oaks back on the first Friday in May. We have not seen her since.
Yeah. She got a big pace to close into and did close in a sloppy track. Listen, she's able to run a race like this or build on it. She's a big player in this race. I want to see it again. I want to see her do it on a dry track on Saturday. I'm going to bet against her. But she was good last year, and she was good here. So I'm not saying she can't win. And this is a very competitive Mother Goose, and she'll be one of the competitors.
32-1 in this runner-up finish. Coming off the victory that we saw here in New York in the Busher.
Won't take much for her to have a better career going forward than Good Cheer did.
Meanwhile, Cue the Duck Boats, fully subscribed. They were 1-3 at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, Cue the Duck Boats came back and didn't run as well in a subsequent start, whereas...
On synthetic.
Yes, right, went up to Canada for that, which is sort of weird. Not a real Bill Mott type move. And fully subscribed, came back and ran second with a very big figure, and if she can run back to her last race, she's a big player. And Chad Brown's always been high on her. He had wanted to run the Demoiselle after her maiden win. She had some issues, took her a while to get back to the races. She didn't run great first time, but she improved a lot in her second start, so she's a big player too, as is Cue the Duck Boats.
Yeah, interesting race. Who's going to take that step forward late as we get set to turn the page for these 3-year-old fillies to their 4-year-old season? Our Daydreaming Girl will line up as well. Just missed, beat a neck to Clico in the Cotillion.
I mean, I don't know where this race came from, but she ran. It's not like this race completely fell apart or anything, and she was back in last. She got a very good ride, but she ran in here. I mean, she significantly outclosed this CCA Oaks winner in this race and was running at the end. If she can run back to this race, she's a huge player here, but it was a big step forward for her. But I don't know, Greg, I thought this was some race.
Huge effort.
Yeah.
Rolling by everybody, just missing.
Cole ran okay in the Breeders, in the filly distaff, right? She was 4th or 5th.
Was she?
Yeah.
So there she was, Lemon Zest, we will look at as well. So there she was on this Remington Park Oaks back on September 28th, and 3 lengths, 2 3/4 lengths back. Lemon Zest, lightly raced for Brad Cox.
Yeah, I think both these horses are somewhat dangerous in here. Lemon Zest will probably be more forward in the race, which might work out in her favor. She could be the speed with Flavien. So I wouldn't discount these horses, and nice to see Doug O'Neill running one at Aqueduct. We don't see him here too often.
Yeah.
Remember one of the last times, well, we've seen him run some in New York. Here, the trivia question that most will forget is that I'll Have Another ran the Hopeful as a 2-year-old.
Did he really? I didn't know that.
I didn't even realize it until he won the Derby, and I looked at his PP. I went, wow, he was the Hopeful. I didn't even remember that. Yeah.
Would have got that one wrong. That's a good field. Looking forward to that Mother Goose Saturday. Terrific
Excellent
card,
race.
as you mentioned. Yeah. But yeah, Friday strong as well. So we hope you join us for both those days coming up. We have the Pick 6 ahead of us. 12 minutes to post. Starts off on the turf at a mile. New York bred entry-level allowance. 7-2. Your favorite right now, it's this one, Alan Turing, somewhat surprisingly, stretching back out. And joining us for the first time on our coverage today, Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, good to be back here in New York. So start things off with the horse that is currently your favorite in Alan Turing, because beyond him, it's a pretty evenly matched board, at least as how the betting is reflecting it. But Alan Turing taking most of the attention as he stretches back out. Now, he did effectively cut back to sprinting, 3 back, finishing a good second to Courtly Banker, and then winning himself 2 back last time, still running second and in open company. But he is a bit of a grinding type in that he has a very even running style. Though he has been effective going shorter, I've always felt physically he's built a little bit more like a horse that would prefer going this distance of a mile. And pedigree does suggest more that he wants distance rather than to sprint, being the half-brother to multiple graded stakes place Maximova, who's very good in those long-distance turf races. Now, Alan Turing, horse I haven't actually seen in a couple of starts, but he's actually very settled today, which I do appreciate for the stretch back out. And while he finished a good second last time, I thought watching that race back again, he was kind of out-footed and just ran evenly, kept grinding, kicking on for second. So I don't mind him stretching back out, and we'll see if he can kind of keep the good form that he's had while sprinting going a further distance. Now, as I mentioned, we move on to the number 3, Mo Trump. He is one of several that are kind of even on the board, and he's kind of the intriguing wild card of this race because he goes back to the turf, the site that he debuted on the turf back in July and was able to wire the field at 24-1 and pull the upset. He ran fast that day too and got an 84 Beyer speed figure, and then he would come back to disappoint in his subsequent turf races. Now, prior to that, he'd actually been in pretty decent form on the dirt. His last dirt race, albeit in stakes company up at Finger Lakes, was pretty disappointing as well. So I do think it's interesting. I've always thought, even when he wanted a price, that he looks more like a turf horse, and he has some pedigree for it as well. He is interesting going back to the grass, and especially being a New York bred towards the end of turf season, give it one more try. His last turf race 2 starts back, he was dueling with another horse on the front end. We'll see if he's able to control things in this group in here as he gets to go back to the grass. Like I said, at least the surface that physically he is built for. To his inside, the number 2, Mr. Tonic, he's kind of the model of consistency. While a horse like Ramblin' Wreck, I thought, ran a bit better in that sounds like a plan race because he was coming from off of it, Mr. Tonic was a horse that is not as much of a victim as to how the pace plays out because he's a little bit more tactical than a horse like Ramblin' Wreck. I will say, looking at him this year and the way that he's kind of handled himself throughout the second half of 2025, he's done exceptionally well, and he continues to do so. He looks very fit. Sometimes that's not really the case. He is a horse that sometimes can be a little bit all over the place. Recently, that's not been the case either. He's been very focused, so I'm very pleased with what I see from him. He's kind of reminds me of one of those horses that just puts himself in the right spot, and seeing how the race might play out, he could just be in the perfect place to potentially pick up another victory, Greg.
See what happens coming up. 8 minutes away from this start of the pick 6 as we look at the 5. Wow, 7-2, hanging on to favoritism. Better races have come going shorter.
He's about as bad a bet as the favorite as you could possibly find in the game. And I lost a lot of money chasing him after his impressive maiden win, but his races going long have just been bad, and they're not even comparable to most of the field near. He improved going short. He also got great trips in those races, every single one of them. I mean, I suppose anything's possible. Maybe he's just an improved horse, but to ignore that the improvement came with the cutback in distance is nonsensical, in my opinion. I think he's a terrible favorite here.
Meanwhile, this one is going to try and wire the field. There does not appear to be a lot of pace to press him either.
No, Kendrick just needs to go. Now, I think it's a fair point that Acacia made that his last race obviously wasn't that good. He did take some serious heat, though, and they were flying up front. So I don't want to condemn him off of that race. The bottom line is his turf races are clearly better than his dirt races, and I think he is in a race where he can try to control. I'm not confident in him. I think he can win this race. I think 5-1 is the minimum I would take on him. I just thought maybe he could be the speed and be a more realistic spot.
And you look at the last time he was on the turf when he backed up, he had to go too fast. He's probably not going to have to go that fast today.
Oh, if he does, he'll get nothing.
And those were better horses, weren't they?
Yes, I think if he runs his race 2 back, he's going to win here.
Meanwhile,
but 9-2 is not any great shakes in here. Field is very. Look at this, 5 horses. You got 2 4s, 3 9-2s, a 5 and a 6. Everybody's getting bet here.
Cable Ready.
Nothing wrong with him except the price. Except he's probably
second
a decent
beat
price.
like this. Sounds like a plan last time. It came back was third in the Mohawk.
Yeah. No, he ran very well in there. It's not the only time he's run well. I don't have a big problem with him. I just liked him last time and sort of a tough beat second when nobody went with what sounds like a plan. It looked like there was more speed in the race, and he ended up being the one chasing him through a very slow pace, but he ran well, and it's not the only time he's run well. I think the horse who finished third, Ramblin' Wreck, is going to run well in this race too. Number 4. Tough race. Look at that board. I don't think you see too many boards like this. Favorite, 2 4-1s, 3 9-2s, a 5 and a 6.
And that's the man who will ride the one we just showed you, Cable Ready. Jose Lezcano will be aboard for Linda Dixon. Back-to-back efforts where it seems like he has really just kind of turned the corner and upped his game.
Now the second choice, but they can't get away from Alan Turing.
Amazing.
He did invent the computer. He did solve the Enigma code. He was a very smart man.
Saved millions of lives.
Yes, he did. A true hero. Millions, tens of millions, maybe. Incredible. Incredible story. Love the imitation game.
Very good.
Yeah.
Here is Mr. Tonic, Kerry Bryant, who now inherits the rail. And this one with a chance for sure. 9-2, Rosario rides.
Joel and the rail, will he get enough pace to run at? That's the question. Will it matter?
Here's the one going to be setting the pace, Mo Trump.
Yeah, he's the speed. May not be good enough, but he's the speed.
I am with you, and the prices come down. Ramblin' Wreck, a little interesting, but one time was very good. It sort of tailed off.
Well, he's had some excuses. He got badly blocked 3 back. It was a big speed race, the 2 back, and last time out he got caught behind a slow pace. Will he get enough pace today?
Here's now, well, co-favored, but slightly second choice, Alan Turing.
In my opinion, he's the horse that creates value in the race because he's overbet.
Conman, next door, 6-1, Ilkay Cantermachi Barn.
To be fair, chased a bit wide last time, was in a stake 2 races back. So he's had some excuses since his big win up in Saratoga. I don't like this horse, but I can understand the argument for a horse that should be at least close early.
Ruse with Flavien Prat.
Another horse I've always kind of liked. Kind of got fortunate to get put up, a legitimate DQ, but it didn't affect him 2 races back, and he drops.
And here's Cable Ready, 4-1. Going the right way right now for Linda Dixon with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, I mean, it's lower profile connections probably keeping the price higher. He's a very logical horse.
4 minutes from the 4th. Starts again the pick 6 on this tremendous view.
This is a nice view, isn't it?
Naira Bets contest, be part of the Friday feeder contest. $40 buy-in, cash and seat to the $300 Saturday contest. Registration accepted up to post time. Go to nairabets.com/contests to get involved. So back to
the gray.
This speedster. What do you think he needs to do for that opening quarter to be successful?
Oh, I don't know. You know, I don't know how the course is playing. It's hard to really know. Rails are at 27 feet. He needs to be able to sort of control. I mean, I hope. I don't love him. I think this is a pretty competitive race, and the board suggested. I just thought he could be the speed and maybe a little better than he looked in his last couple starts. I liked his last race, but I don't have a strong opinion in this race.
Let's go back.
It's too competitive.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I think you can make a case genuinely for every horse in this field. Let's take a look at the number 4, Ramblin' Wreck. As I'd kind of alluded to back in the paddock, he is a deep closer. And I thought, all things considered, how slow the pace was, that sounds like a plan controlled last time. Ramblin' Wreck actually ran very well. One of the issues I always have with him, and I could say the same thing about Cable Ready, who I also respect and was more forward last time, is just they just never seem to find the winner's circle and to get there. And the thing with Ramblin' Wreck is that he went right off. He had a big warm-up, moving well. He looks like he's doing well now and has continued to do so for Danny Gargan. It's just that he often leaves himself with a lot to do. And given how on paper the pace might play out in here, it is a bit of a concern for me with his running style. Certainly not expecting that to change now at the age of 5, but he does look the part for sure. As the number 6 Con Man is a horse that I'm with Andy. I felt like he was one that is being ignored a touch. He's 6-1 there on the board, but I thought he had legitimate excuses in his last 2. I know he was claimed away from Mark Casse, not an easy thing to do when he won that day, going back in against New York breds. And Ilkay Cantromati had said that he claimed him with the intention of running in the West Point. He ran 3rd that day behind Rhetorical, who would go on to win a Grade 1 and then run 4th in the Breeders' Cup. And then last time out, it was an outside post, and I do not think it was the best ride that we've seen Sahin Savachi give, as this horse was 5-6 wide in the first turn, 3-4 wide in the second turn. He was never able to drop in, save any inch of ground, and he is a massive horse. He is big and burly, and I just thought that he never really looked like he was able to get into his stride. So in this spot, I'd be willing to give him a little bit of a better chance to see if he can get himself into position, maybe kind of sitting off of the pace and a little bit closer, save some ground. Maybe if he still has some of it in there, he might be able to show it, as he has continued to be kind of what we expect from the Cantromati barn, dappled head to toe, Greg.
I just want to be clear. I don't like this horse at all. I don't think he's a massive overlay at 5-1. I don't think he's a massive underlay. I think he's a horse who could win just like anybody in this field, but he's not for me in this race. I don't disagree that he didn't run that badly in his last couple of starts. I just prefer other horses.
Who do you feel should be favored?
I don't know. No, I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe the 9.
I felt the 9, yeah.
Yeah, probably the 9. A couple of scratches post 7. So, yeah, probably the 9, but it's close. The horse who is favored shouldn't be favored. Alan Turing, and Roos is favored. Well, Roos is favored because Flavien Prat's riding. And the public's going to take a beating on that if they're going to, great rider, but he's not going to perform miracles. Not that Roos can't win.
Roos can win. This is a little crazy, though, as well.
Yes, he should not be 3-1. I agree. He's massively overbet. I think both he and I picked him 3rd, but I don't love his chances. I just always kind of liked Roos. I don't like Alan Turing at all. I like the 6 more than I like Alan Turing, Con Man, and I don't particularly like Con Man.
Well, we'll see what Kendrick Carmouche is able to do on the speedster. The 3, Mo Trump, 5-1, who will load next. This one a player as well at 5-1. Very difficult betting race, but that's the one on the lead they're all going to have to try and run down. Race 4 starts the pick 6 on our first card of this meet at the Aqueduct meeting. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Ramblin' Wreck going in. Alan Turing. Con Man, Roos. Cable ready, last to load. Cable ready. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Alan Turing has early speed from in between horses. Mo Trump is asked for speed 2 at the rail. Lined up across the course early, and Mo Trump now puts a nose in front. From an outside draw, Cable Ready is going to stalk from 2nd. Alan Turing now takes back in 3rd. They're followed towards the outside by Roos, who's a shared 4th, with Con Man to the inside. The 2 at the back, that's Ramblin' Wreck with Mr. Tonic. They work around this turn in Mo Trump. On the muscle, Mo Trump is up by a length and a half. Cable Ready is watching that pace setter from 2nd. Alan Turing is a well-settled 3rd. Roos is in 4th. Con Man is at the rail in 5th. As they work up the backstretch now, the 2 trailers Ramblin' Wreck and Mr. Tonic. 23.20 for Mo Trump. Mo Trump in front, Cable Ready, and here comes a move towards the outside from Roos. Roos could wait no longer, makes it 3 across the course, and here comes Con Man, is rallying towards the inside of Alan Turing. Mr. Tonic is now out of last, is 2nd to last with Ramblin' Wreck, the trailer, 47-4 for a half-mile time, and they work into the far turn. Mo Trump is the leader. Mo Trump, Cable Ready in pursuit. Here comes a 3-wide run from Roos. Alan Turing, well settled in fourth, right in behind this battling trio. Conman looking for a way through at the rail is under the shove. They reach the top of the lane. Mo Trump's still there. Cable ready. Ruse. Alan Turing switches to the outside for an outside run. Grandstand side is Mr. Tonic, and they're 5 across the course here. Ramblin' Wreck is joining them from far out of it. Alan Turing with momentum, but Ramblin' Wreck on the grandstand side means business. Here comes Ramblin' Wreck after Alan Turing. It's Ramblin' Wreck to the outside to get up in time. Ramblin' Wreck wins it over Alan Turing, then Mr. Tonic and Conman in 1 minute 35.63 seconds.
Ramblin' Wreck is a bunch of them with a chance late, but it's this 5-year-old who, a couple years ago looked like he was in for a big career.
He was an overlate 8-1. I picked him second. I'm not surprised he won. Alan Turing, by the way, ran a lot better. He's clearly improved. I don't know what went on with him, but last to first. His horse was last around the turn, and Luis Rivera saved all the ground and angled out in the stretch and went widest down the lane, but he saved the ground before that and able to get it done as this race basically fell apart in the late stages. First quarter was relatively quick, but not that fast. This race just fell apart.
This is the biggest price on the board. Who wins this race? Ramblin' Wreck.
I don't understand it. I don't understand. I mean, I don't know. But listen,
4-5-2-6. Conman, the only one claimed out of the race. Or I shouldn't say that. Was claimed. I don't know if anyone else was. Yes.
I would be very happy if I were the Cantor Machis. I think he got claimed for the same. They claimed 45, lost from 45, covered expenses with a third in the West Point, and move on from a horse at the end of turf season. Very nice for them that this horse got claimed, this 5-year-old gelding. That's a big break for them.
Luis Rivera Jr. for Danny Gargan, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. And the 4th career win on the lawn for now 5-year-old Ramblin' Wreck. With the win to start off this pick 6 is the biggest price on the board.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, Drain the Clock by a head.
$270,000
in the back. $250,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. Right around the corner, Oaklawn now accepting reservations for dining and reserved seats for the 2025-26 Holiday and Classic season's opening day. Holiday season December 12th through January 4th. They'll take a short 3-week break and then back for the Classic season January 30th. The big Southwest Stakes weekend. Seats filling up fast. For more details, go to oaklawn.com. Pick 6 begins with Ramblin' Wreck, Danny Gargan. Luis Rivera Jr., who was rolling late for the 4th win of his career on the lawn. Let's go down to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by winning rider Luis Rivera Jr. getting the victory with Ramblin' Wreck. And Luis, you rode this horse last time. He's a deep closer, but I saw you warmed him up pretty strong today to kind of rev his engines a little bit.
Yeah, you know, this time we were going a 16 of a mile less. We were going a mile. Last time was mile and a 16. And I know there was no speed in the race, so I was worried about the guy with the speed number 3 was gonna, you know, slow down the pace and win the race. So I wanted my horse to break sharp and put him close. Still, that even though I warmed him up, he didn't break as sharp as I wanted, but he gave me enough to win the race.
The pace, even though it was not super fast, did end up kind of falling apart at the end. And you, knowing this horse and having ridden him before, know he's going to come running. Does that give you more confidence in a stretch battle like that, where it seemed everybody had a chance?
Yeah, definitely. At the quarter pole, when I saw they were not like taking away from me, I said, well, I got a shot to win the race. I put him to the outside, and I was confident on my horse. I knew we were going to win the race.
Giving an excellent ride there. And we're coming towards the end of turf season, but any plans for you? Are you staying here in New York for the winter as the temperatures get a bit colder?
Nah, we're staying here. We're staying here, definitely, like always.
Looking forward to it. Well done today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Greg?
Well, I hope to be calling his name quite a bit more. Luis Rivera Jr., Ramblin' Wreck, best late, nearly $20 for the win. Again, biggest price on the board to start the pick 6.
I think this one was a little shorter in the exotics than $19. Just got lost in the win betting.
4-8-2 finish. We move on to the late pick 5. Begins with a $20,000 maiden claiming race, so all for sale here, going 7 furlongs. And 2 Linda Rice runners, the 5 last man standing, the 9 sequential, both with some question marks.
I completely agree with you. You and I saw this race the same. We both like the 1 Grand Commander, and I guess Linda's horses can win, but you got one that was awful at 1-5 last time out, and another one that hasn't run since June that's not that good either, and the one fast race was in a sloppy seal track.
Now, one with a big chance we'll both talk about who we like a little bit. As the man aboard we're going to tell you more about right now. Jockey Lane Luzzy, racing for him isn't just a career, it is a family tradition. His father, Mike, made his mark here on the New York circuit with over 3,400 wins during his riding days. Now Lane is chasing those same dreams with his father not only in his corner offering advice, but as his agent.
For jockey Lane Luzzy, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he would fulfill his dream of riding races.
Being a jockey is the only thing I've ever wanted to do. I mean, I was good in school, I played sports, like any normal kid, but there was no plan B for me. I just wanted to be a jockey, grow up watching my dad here at Aqueduct, Belmont, and you know, it was just always a treat to come out to the races. I love horses in general, and I have the physique for it, so this is what I was born to do.
Even his father, former rider and now his agent, Mike Luzzy, knew it was just a matter of time.
If he wasn't in school, he was in the jock's room. So he kind of grew up in a jockey's room and was always around it and always wanted to be here. He learned to ride on the Equicizer before he ever rode a real horse. But he did start getting on horses right at Belmont Park. He went to Florida Park Memorial across the street. And when he started working, he would work in the morning first and then go to high school.
As Lane's career expanded, the two worlds collided in Texas before one special afternoon in Queens.
I went to Texas for 10 days and rode with him for the 10 days, and that was an experience. We actually rode one race here.
There was somebody else named on the horse that I ended up riding, but for whatever reason, they needed a jockey, and they loaded us in the gate at the same time, and we just kind of looked over, and you know, you couldn't really believe it, but at the same time, you're focused on doing your job, and we just both had a passion for race riding and horse racing in general. It was really cool.
When it came time for Mike to call it a career, he never expected to become a full-time agent, especially for his son.
I'll start by saying I never thought I'd be an agent or wanted to be an agent. You know, it was kind of a surprise to me. I was in Saratoga and getting on horses. And when the horses left in November, matter of fact, I was the last one on the track exercising a horse. I went a few weeks like kind of bummed out that the horses were gone. And that's when Lane came up with the idea to be his agent.
I needed something to get me started, and he was wrapping up his career and needed something to do. And it was always something we joked about, how we would never do what we're doing now, working together, father and son. And it's just kind of how the cards were played. We both love this profession. We both love horse racing. It was almost meant to be.
The name Luzzy has become a staple in New York racing over the last 30 years. And it doesn't look like that will change anytime soon.
I'm home, I'm here. I grew up a few miles from here, and I've done a little traveling in my time, but I'm home now. I'm excited to be here and enjoying the ride.
It's got to feel just so much more special, too, doing it with Dad. And having him not just there giving advice, but being your agent, being a part of the journey.
I'm a big fan of the Luz. I'm friends with Mike for years. Love seeing him ride, and we wish Lane the best.
And it's just, look, surviving, getting mounts on the circuit is tough. It is the toughest circuit there is in the game.
No question about it. You and I both like his mount here.
Yes, we do. Grand Commander will break from the rail. What do you like?
Like you, I was hoping he could get back to the early races. His first 2 races would win this race, running against significantly better horses, showed a lot of speed, and I'm hoping Lane can show it from down the inside.
First 2 dirt starts were so much better.
I don't know. We can, he's running for 20. They're dropping down. He lost his form. There are some negatives there, but there are some things to like too in here. And I think both you and I had some question marks about both of the Linda Rice horses. Not that they can't win, but neither one of them was that compelling.
Can he show that speed from the rail, being fresh too? You would think maybe he can get back to some of that pace he showed early on. 5-1 right now on Grand Commander, and there is Lane Luzzy's mount coming up. And break from the inside for trainer Bruce Brown. Post parade to start off the Lake Pick 5 when we come back.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000, now $1,600,000 bid, now bid, now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000, not anybody else won. $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000, $1,600,000, thank you.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Cannot write the history of this sport without mentioning Claiborne Farm. 100 years, as Walker just said there, doing the usual unusually well.
It really is. I mean, the horses that have come through there is remarkable. And I think that Mindframe has a chance to be a very good stallion. It's a horse that has the ability to win going longer and shorter. I mean, was he the best horse in his class? No, but he was very, very good.
Race 5 starts this late pick 5, and here's the one again that Lane Luzzy, we just showed you the feature on him, will be aboard for trainer Bruce Brown, Grand Commander. Let's go down to Acacia.
And might as well stick with that theme here in the paddock, as I'll talk about Lane's horse and Grand Commander to the rail. Hasn't run since May, so does have a layoff to contend with in here, but is taking a drop in class for the first time. And with these types of low-level claiming races for the 20,000, I do feel that that drop from maiden special weight is just so significant often. And this is a horse who actually ran very well on debut and had run some decent races after that too. His last start was on the grass, and I can see why they tried it. He does have a bit of a turf hoof to him, but he is a big burly individual. That being said, Bruce Brown can certainly have a horse ready to roll off of the layoff, and he looks strong. He's quiet, he's relaxed here in the paddock, all things good, and I actually do like the 7/8 for him from a distance perspective, and I don't mind him going back to the dirt as well. I do think he just has some upside given the fact that he hasn't run this low before and seems to be doing everything well thus far. Last time he ran on the dirt 2 back, he was bumped significantly at the start and did have a little bit of a stumbling where he seemed to kind of lose his footing, and again, just running against tougher horses that day back in March. So one that I think is incredibly interesting in this spot. Now, the 2 for Linda Rice are the ones taking most of the attention. I wanted to reserve judgment on the 5 last man standing trackside. So looking at the 9 sequential here, this is a horse who hasn't run since June, so has a bit of a layoff, missed all of Saratoga and coming back here now in early November. I haven't seen him in a while, but I remember him early at the beginning of his career being a bit more of a nervous type of horse, especially out on the track, where he maybe just wasn't necessarily the best doer, that he wasn't the most kind of relaxed and focused. He's very quiet, chill here in the paddock. He's very fit. I do wish that he had a little bit more muscle mass on in his hind end and across that top line altogether, if I'm nitpicking at a horse with that is a shorter price. And he did drop in for this level, though it was a wet track last time out in June, and he was 3 wide, pressing the Winner True Connection wired. You did see him kind of drift out in the stretch in the running of that race in sequential. So I'm wondering if maybe there were some things that needed to be attended to in the way that he drifted, in the way that he was not able to keep a straight course in the stretch run in his last effort. So I think that he does make a lot of sense coming back in here. Like I said, he's fit. We'll see how he warms up out on the track, but one that certainly could move forward if that freshening has helped him to get back on track, Greg.
Tough read, 3-2. The more preferred of the Linda Rice runners. And let's look back to June 14th. Last time he ran, got a sloppy seal track, was the favorite got beat by 3 lengths.
True Connection was a trainer switch to Brad Cox for this race, and while he hasn't gone on one again, he was a horse who was about 0 for a lot coming into this race, but he put it together being Sequential. Now, if Sequential's able to run that kind of 69 buyer, it's probably the horse to beat in here. But that was a sloppy sealed track. It's not as fast as any of his other races. Linda comes back. I mean, she does use the waiver for whatever it's worth. So she doesn't want to lose the horse for 20, and that's one of the good things about having it last time. But nobody bit last time either. So we'll see. I won't be shocked if he wins. 8-5 to me is ridiculous, but it does seem like when they bet Linda, often the money's right. I'm just not particularly a fan of this horse, to be honest.
Well, I just bet him last time, too, and they weren't right.
Well, 8-5 in this field is a little surprising. Aren't you surprised he's this heavy a favorite? I doubt he was that kind of favorite in the morning line.
He was 3-1 morning line. I thought he would be. I thought he'd be the favorite.
Okay. The favorite was 5. The 5 was the favorite, and I think David did that because Flavien Prat was riding the 5, and he's right. I mean, Flavien's horse is taking a ton of money, and I think that's why he assumed that she'd be favored, or he would be favored. Excuse me.
There is Prat moving by another Linda Rice runner with problems. This one was 1-5 at this maiden 20 level last start.
It was awful.
Yeah.
It was just awful. I mean, absolutely terrible. You could see halfway through the race that he was not going to win. And maybe he rebounds here, and he certainly has fast races before it. See, the difference between him and the 9 is he's got a plethora of fast races. You could say they're for Todd Pletcher, but the 9s were for Chad Brown.
Here's Grand Commander, so Lane Luzzy for Bruce Brown. First time in for attack.
We're going to hope he can refine some of that good form.
Tough to make a case for Daytona Moonshine.
He feels like the rank outsider, and he is the rank outsider.
44-1 right now. Seeker's Hope. This one can be quick early.
I agree. At least one thing to say about him is he consistently runs okay numbers. Somebody's probably going to run better than him, but he's okay.
Here's the first of 2 for Linda Rice. This one with Pratt.
If somebody said you have to bet one of them, I would bet this one, who I think could bounce back, but I don't have a lot of confidence.
Freedom Maker, double-digit odds for Fernando Abreu.
An ex-Linda Rice horse that she claimed from Kentucky. She brought to the dirt. He's got fast race in the back, but not recent.
Yeah. Party with Smarty.
0 for 23 with no seconds, but believe it or not, he fits in this field.
Yes, he does. This kind of race this is. 8-1 right now. Katie Davis will ride. Here is Natural Hunk. Robert Johnston trains 3 starts, has done very little running.
He would be a surprise in here.
8-5. Wow, that's short. On Sequential.
Yeah, listen, once again, will I be shocked when he wins? No. But would I bet him? Not in a million years.
And I at least a little bit of an outside chance to down the line at 22-1. I mean, the start 2 back somewhat puts him in the mix, doesn't it?
Well, as I recall, he finished ahead of Last Man Standing that day, way ahead of him. So, yeah, it does. It shows how bad Last Man Standing ran that day. But, yeah, I agree. The race 2 back's good enough to give him a shot. And he's also got that race, his second race, where he ran fast enough to be at least somewhere here.
Pick 5 starts here. We have the feature, the Chelsea Flower, coming up next. And don't forget this, bet $75 each on Aqueduct and Churchill Downs today on your Naira Bets account, and you will get a $15 bonus, win or lose, but you do have to opt in to take advantage of that promotion. 4 minutes away from this late pick 5. So here's Lane Luzzy's mount. Grand Commander, second beat a nose behind T-Craft, next out winner. Finished, as you brought up earlier when we were doing the handicapping show, 1/900, who's turned into a very nice horse. Colloquial he faced next start. Colloquial, for a moment, looked like he was going to be one of the best sprinters in the country.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't really get a chance to see him come back, you know. He's had issues coming back, so we haven't seen him since that race. Obviously, one's good enough. Now, I don't think you're going to expect those kind of races coming in for 20,000 today, and you have to imagine there's a reasonable chance this horse could be claimed out of here. But we're just hoping to get it back, looking for an alternative. That's all. I don't love him, but he's the best alternative I could come up with.
9-2 on Grand Commander. Let's go to Acacia.
And I landed on Grand Commander just largely by default because he's the only one dropping, and I have my reservations about some of the others in here. And that does include the number 5, Last Man Standing. As I mentioned, wanted to reserve judgment for him. I remember he was very aggressive in the warm-up last time, kind of trying to run off a little bit in that running. And he strikes as the type of horse that only ever went 2 turns early on in his career with Todd Pletcher, and you kind of think of it as maybe Todd always felt that he just didn't have that much speed. Last time out, they clearly tried to rev the engines a bit. Maybe it backfired, but he was very disappointing at a really short price when pressing the pace setter that day. He went right off, was aggressive in the warm-up once again. He seemed to be moving fine out there. He looked great in the paddock overall. Great weight, great color and conditioning, great coat on him, all things good. I just do have my questions because it seemed that that was a pretty hungry field, which was won by Nance that day, and this horse really disappointed that afternoon. So we'll see if he can turn things around. Now, second time in the barn of Linda Rice, but I do think it's interesting that for a horse that only was ever going 2 turns, she now cuts him back again to the 7 furlongs. The number 4, Seeker's Hope, this is one I considered putting on top because he is kind of just a consistent running type. Maybe he is not a winning type or no killer out on the track, but while some others have some layoffs or some bad performances, this is a horse that kind of shows up and runs the same type of race every time. He was chasing, he kept on late for 4th last time out, he warmed up well, he's continued to look like a horse that's doing very well from a physical perspective towards these cooler months now too from Mark Hennig, and I think that he's one that just kind of holds his form race to race. Sometimes these types of horses do get ignored in these fields with some low-level claiming horses, and they're just the ones that show up with their effort, and maybe if the others have some questions to answer and they don't show up, a horse like Seeker's Hope could be right there, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. See what happens here. As last man standing, and Prat trying to overcome, yes, there's no other way to put it, just a disappointing performance to the dropping to this level, lowest level he'd ever run at last start.
Right.
And it's hard to not see it.
He's the better horse of the 2 Linda Rice horses if you look at all of his races. I don't know how much less reliable either one of them is. I mean, he was awful last time. He was coming off of a 2-month layoff being claimed. We haven't seen Sequential now for 5 months. So, I mean, I don't have a lot of confidence in either one of them. I also think they could either one of them could win. I just didn't want to bet them. That's why we landed on the 1. But the 1's not a great price at 7-2 either, to be honest.
No.
Live in the double, so I don't have to worry about it. But, you know, I mean, no great shakes at 7-2 in here. But the thing is, he's a logical alternative. I think a lot of people saw what we saw. I mean, it's not, you don't have to be particularly clever to like the 1. We hope we're right that we like the 1, but, you know, those things dropping from maiden special to maiden claimer, all the things you look for in these races, right? He's sort of got all the accoutrements. That's why he's now 3-1.
And will he have that speed he showed in the first start of his career? We know it's there. Coming up shortly, post time, imminent, allegedly. At Horseshoe Indie, we're going to have the opener coming up in the condition claiming race to kick things off at 6 furlongs, where they are fast and firm. And we have a 4-5 favorite with the 8 field day in the opener.
Yeah, I thought the 6 was the 8 was the horse to beat along with the 6. Zapping it, which should be the speed.
All right, back to the start of the late pick 5. Talked about the potential speed of the 1, Seeker's Hope, the 4, turf sprint speed with Ricardo Santana Jr. Expect that one to be forward. See what happens here to kick off the sequence. Chris Griffin, the call.
Moving in. Here is Natural Hunk. Natural Hunk, last man standing. Natural Hunk, 2 out. Sequential. Sequential. Jose Lescano, they go in. Down the line. Last to load. Down the line. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Natural Hunk, the early trailer. Speed from Sequential, right out towards the front, and here comes pressure from Seeker's Hope in between horses, now with a neck advantage. Seeker's Hope is in front with That the Rail. That's Grand Commander, a challenging second and third with Sequential. Just behind them, on the far outside, is Down the Line in 4th. Progressing nicely is Last Man Standing in Prat. They're in 5th. They're towards the inside here of a 6th running Freedom Maker. Then Party with Smarty, Natural Hunk, and the trailer, Daytona Moonshine. 23.61 easy opening quarter for Seeker's Hope. Seeker's Hope takes them into the far turn, less than 4 furlongs to go. In pursuit is Down the Line here from 2nd. Early move from Freedom Maker. Jamie Rodriguez, they're on the move. They've taken 3rd. Sequential's back to 4th, trying to get the hurry up Last Man Standing, and Natural Hunk with a wide run. Seeker's Hope 47.69 for a half-mile time is still there. All In is Down the Line, a big long shot towards the outside, puts a nose in front. Seeker's Hope comes right back and hugs the rail. Here comes a run 3 wide. It's Freedom Maker who's in pursuit. Sequential's back into the bit, dives down towards the inside behind Seeker's Hope, who's still there. Seeker's Hope, but now Last Man Standing, and grandstand side complexion completely changes. Furlong left to go, and Freedom Maker has been confronted by Last Man Standing. Last Man Standing, Party with Smarty, dives down towards the inside with late momentum, but give it to Last Man Standing to get the victory. Freedom Maker 2nd, then came Party with Smarty and Sequential in 1 minute 24.71 seconds.
Well, that'll ease the major disappointment from last start when this horse was beaten as a 1-5 favorite. This time goes off the favorite again at 2-1.
Like we said, he has the fastest back race of anybody. He was the better of the 2 Linda horses. Ran today. Didn't run last time for whatever reason, but today he ran, found the right field, and got it done on the outside. It's not a big surprise. Flavien Prat.
Here comes Last Man Standing, second off the claim, Linda Rice. Got things figured out here. She'll keep this one. 4 and 7 claimed out of the race.
Interesting. Party with Smarty. I wonder who claimed that horse. Soon to be 6-year-old gelding maiden.
2-1 favorite.
Good luck.
With the victory, let's go to Shelbyville, Indiana. Horseshoe, Indianapolis, 6 furlongs. And a claiming race to kick things off. 4-5 favorite on the outside. Field day for Randy Klopp, 7-year-old. Let's go to Rachel McLaughlin for more in the opener.
Thanks, gentlemen. Yeah, a very nice day today in Indiana. It's in the 50s, but the sun is really warm. I might have to bring out the jacket later, but it's a very nice day. And let's talk about that 8, the favorite that you just alluded to. I went ahead and talked to Randy Klopp, the trainer, and I've known Klopp for years. I say it every time I'm on. I tell you guys he's known me since I was 23. But I just found out that these owners, who I've also known for years, Grant Turner and Charles Turner, actually were owners for his father when he trained. So I just love to hear stories like that. Long-time owners in the state of Indiana. And, he said he's in tough today. Randy Klopp did, the trainer. He said he's in tough today. He's older. I get that. But I think it's time for the drop. And in this company, he thinks he's going to make easy work of it, as you see the bettors agree. You guys also. Switching from turf to dirt, key here, and gets our leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz. Did want to mention real quick the 3 Decatur Street. This horse really is moving up, but Joe Ramos is getting the nod. He was just 3rd in the Breeders' Cup. We saw he's had the best year he's had, running in the Triple Crown races. So he definitely should be close, he said, and he wants to just kind of sit back and wait, though, and find a spot where he can push the button to go. So he's looking at coming off a win with him together. These two like each other. They've gotten along well. And do want to let you guys know, it worked out, I think, last time when someone's family was here, but Joe's son, Matthew, is here from Puerto Rico. He's looks like he's about 2 years old. I got to see him. He is super cute. So he's got that luck on his side. And then I will talk to you guys about who looked really good. The 2 presented himself very well in the paddock. He was very tall, very fit. The 1 was also very tall and fit as well. So the 2 on the inside looked really good to me physically. But I do think that it's field day's race to lose on the class drop, you guys.
All right, Rachel, thank you. Yeah, field day, the public agrees. 4-5 right now. Turf back to dirt, although tried that maneuver 3 starts ago. It didn't quite work. That was a much tougher field, though.
Yeah, I don't have a big argument against field day. Should be in a stalking position. Seems like a logical horse dropping down, as she was saying. I don't have a problem with that. I thought zapping it's too big a price at 7-1. It's hard to know with the money how much money this horse could take late and be a much shorter price. But I thought zapping it, another horse who's probably dropping a little off the last race and wasn't able to get the lead. I thought that with an aggressive ride, Zappin' could be the speed in here, and with the right ride could try to lead them on a merry chase. So I thought as an alternative, much more so than JJ Ranger, who, I don't know, I guess is not impossible. But the race 2 back was okay.
Just
not
field day coming out of so much tougher dirt races, so much.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll eventually run this race. We're supposed to run it.
What do you, the 3 enters our screen right now? Just trying to win 3 in a row. Just too soft of races coming out of, you think, to be a contender here?
Yes. I don't want horses out of bottom level claiming races. Bottom level claiming races are the lowest possible races, and I have no idea why they're not putting them in the gate for this race. But forgetting about that, when a horse runs in the, if the bottom level's 5,000, horses run for 8,000 are worth 8,000. Horses run for 10, primarily worth 10. You run for 5,000, the bottom level, you're worth from 0 to 5,000. That's why often a move is horses running in a bottom level race for the first time, and I have no idea what's going on there. This is loony.
All right, we'll get back to this race in a moment. Let's get back to first leg of the pick 5. It goes to last man standing. Linda Rice kicks things off in this late pick 5. Prat aboard in a major reversal after dropping to this level last start and being a total non-factor as a 1-5 favorite.
Yeah, no horse who, listen, every race this horse had run prior to that was too good for this field. Didn't run last time. You have to ask yourself if you trust him or not coming back. I am not surprised he won. Picked him second. Thought he was the right one of the 2 Linda horses, but I can totally understand people that want no part of this horse after the last debacle.
$6.08 for the victory. Pick 5, early pick 5, comes back almost $4,900. And we'll get to the Chelsea Flower, very competitive turf event for 2-year-old fillies next. First, the opener, Horseshoe Indie. And John Dooley with the call, the 4-5 favorite outside. That's the 8 field day.
Eastern Standard Time as TL Copper still goes in. JJ's Ranger. Dakar Tour Street. Last to load will be Field Day, currently 4-5 on the board. First favorite of the day as they load. Be set for a start. They are off and running in the opener at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. TL Copper still was just a half step slow as Zappin' It. Santos Sanger wants Zappin' It on the lead in search of his in this season, and he's a length clear from Field Day. Under a tight restraint from Fernando de la Cruz. JJ's Ranger sitting just behind them. Then comes Dakar Tour Street with Joe Ramos, as is Neo King, along with Mr. Kelly. The field's 8-year-old sits in 6. TL Copper still is already being asked through a contested opening quarter in 21.99. Zappin' It wanted the lead and has it, but here comes Field Day. Dakar Tour Street at 8-1 is trying to get on terms with these top 2. The 8-year-old Mr. Kelly is very wide. Nothing from Neo King, who ran his race in the warm-up. Then comes JJ's Ranger. Field Day at 3-5 being attacked by Dakar Tour Street, as Field Day going to try and dig down and repel this challenge, and is doing so. And it's the leading owner and the leading trainer and the leading jockey for Field Day.
Field Day with the winner. Apologies, Jim McNerney on the mic today with the call. Randy Klopp's 7-year-old with Fernando de la Cruz, 7th win of his career.
He was dropping. He was able to stalk the 6, and he was best. No surprises there.
First win on the dirt.
I'm done. You're rid of me.
Feature coming up next. We'll say goodbye to Andy. Chelsea Flower is next. And there is Deep Learning. Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavien Prat. 3-5 favorite at first look at the odds in a rematch with Phil Doro for Brad Cox, and talented group supporting cast here to come. Mig joins me after the break.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September yearling sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Time and Motion trying to stick with her, and it's a long way back to Diamond Fields and Elysia's World. Catch a Glimpse trying to get another furlong and stay undefeated. Time and Motion's going to make her work very hard for it here. Time and Motion's got her. Time and Motion has upset Catch a Glimpse in the Lake Placid.
Grade 2 win for Time and Motion, and then she'd go on to win a Grade 1 in the QE2 at Keeneland. What a performer for Jimmy Toner. Phillips Racing Partnership, just shy of $1 million in earnings. And her daughter, we're going to see line up in the Chelsea Flower next. Tide of Time for trainer Jimmy Toner. Won first time out at Laurel, and now comes her stakes debut in this Chelsea Flower. She is on the board right now. Wow, big price, 9-1. Mig joins me on set. Richie Migliore, great to see you.
Good to see you as well. Didn't have the pleasure of your company Breeders' Cup weekend, but I'm sure you had a good weekend.
Loved being at Del Mar. It was, quite a trip. Had a great time, but it's good to be back.
Absolutely. And speaking of this filly, Tide of Time, she's directly from the family, not of Ellie's Moment, who was a sister to Brian's Time, a very, very good horse that won stakes for the Phillips family as well. So depth of pedigree here. I think she's very interesting. Are you surprised she's this big a price right now?
She won't be that big a price. Yeah, that's too big. She talked about it with Andy earlier, too. It's always impressive to win first time out. She got an incredibly perfect trip in that debut.
True, but you know what? You've got to also create your trip, right? And that means being a first-time starter, not being green, being professional enough to sit in the pocket, carry the rider into the breach, and find a spot and keep coming with that relentless stride. And we just watched the video of her mom winning the Lake Placid. A lot of similarities in their stride, isn't there?
Do you say so?
I see it.
Okay. Look, that kind of pedigree, wins first time out. Who knows? She could be any catch. She could take a huge step forward here in start number 2. The first foal out of Time in Motion didn't do a lot of running. 0 for 7, including 0 for 5 in the grass. But this one already has proven she could get to the winner's circle in her debut.
Yeah, listen, it's one of the metrics we use, right? Pedigree, to determine if we think a horse is going to run well without proven form. Obviously, she had been training well enough. She went off 3.5 to 1 first time out. I thought she was very professional. Agreed, perfect trip. But she contributed in creating that perfect trip.
See how that price changes. I would think it would come down significantly here. She's 9 to 2 morning line. Being overbet, meanwhile, I believe, Deep Learning, who won the debut. She was very impressive at Saratoga this summer for Chad Brown and Klarovich. First time out, then goes to the Natalma. Did have a bit of a wide, tough trip in that Group 1. What'd you think about her, Miss Gorilla?
I thought she had her opportunity, didn't you? I thought she had, you know, really, I wouldn't say any excuses whatsoever. Yeah, maybe a moderate pace she had to close into, but she had her opportunities.
That's her in second in those red and white Klarovich Stable Silks colors.
Just kind of grinding, right? There wasn't like a big turn of foot, just kind of a grind at it. And, you know, one thing that is something I look at, you know, most of the time Chad Brown's horses, and he's great at having them ready to win first time, tend to kind of take steps forward.
Yeah.
She's done the opposite, right? Her best race was her first race up to this point.
Well, back with us, and will tell us more about Deep Learning, Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right, Greg. Taking a look at her here in the paddock. Now, I was not necessarily her biggest fan first time out. It's the only other time I've seen her other than today. But relatively speaking, she has grown a bit and gotten longer. I wonder if she's one of those fillies that, you know, is kind of going through that growth spirit, that kind of not necessarily awkward phase, but that phase where it's a little tough to, you know, kind of trust your body, if you will, you know, really put it all together physically. So she is very long and lanky and a lot of leg and a lot of scope to her frame. She looks good here, and I appreciate, you know, kind of that physical progression that one will go through. But again, I do agree with what the sentiment that you guys have is she heading in the right direction? Her numbers would indicate that that is not the case. Moving on to one who has impressed me here in the paddock that I'm actually laying eyes on for the first time. For Sugar McGay, he is the rail runner Getting Serious. She came in sharp. She was on the muscle, kind of like, let's go do this. And I appreciate seeing that as she was able to get up and grind out the win over Candy Moonshine, who was coming back off short rest, who was setting the pace that day and would come back and improve her figure. So that's a compliment to Getting Serious. And she had a great trip. She tracked the pace inside, had a very vigorous hand ride to get up. So really not, you know, asking her too much. Definitely, I would say, leaving a little bit in the tank for this time around. But she's well muscled. She's incredibly well turned out physically. Just looks strong. You know, one of the most developed fillies in here, speaking of these juveniles. And then we'll check in with the very well bred number 6, Tide of Time. And I was of the mind of what Richie said, in that she was just so professional first time out. She was on the rail. Granted, she took advantage of that more inside post position there at Laurel under a tight hold, but listening to her rider's cues. You know, sometimes these horses that do have a bit of early speed in their debuts when they're young, they'll get a little too headstrong. I mean, how often up in Saratoga did we see horses get rank who broke well but then had to, you know, sit in hand behind a pace? And she didn't. She moved closer. He asked her to move closer into the second turn. She tipped out and really ran on well, showing an element of professionalism, an element of having gears, which I like to see, and she does. She looks a lot like her dam in Time and Motion. I was a big fan of hers. She won the Grade 1 QE2 there at Keeneland for Jimmy Toner. I wish she looked a little bit better in her coat if I had to split hairs, but really I shouldn't, because she is a generous price based upon, I think, her debut there at Laurel. But just extremely classy acting, handling herself with such aplomb here in the Aqueduct paddock that I do think, and obviously we'll find out more as we move closer to post time, Greg, what price she ultimately ends on up being, but I think 9 to 1's too big of a price right now.
Get to our post parade coming up shortly. Thank you, Maggie. Figured Deep Learning would get over bet, and that's absolutely can win. Deserves to be the favorite. Odds on seems a little short. Let's look at the one who faced her in the Grade 2 Miss Grillo. So the rematch coming up. Deep Learning was runner-up in that race. Philly Doro wound up 4th. beat 2 3/4. One first time out for Brad Cox with Manny Franco, and Manny Franco stays aboard.
Yeah, listen, she ran well in the Miss Grillo. She was less than a length behind your favorite, and she's taking support at the windows. Another one, did you see anything that would lead you to believe that she had excuses the last time?
No, but fair, lightly raced, could make a move
Oh,
forward
no,
from
100%.
a tremendous barn.
But I thought she got a decent enough trip last time in the Miss Grillo.
Tough read on, who's going to make that jump. As we start off with getting serious, maybe it's this one for Shug McGahee, who comes off a maiden win, Belmont at Aqueduct.
Well, Shug's horses do get better with racing. She stretched out successfully and could take another step forward.
The other Chad Brown runner, 17-1. Fitz Wright comes off a maiden score at the Meadowlands.
Has run 2 good races over in New Jersey, a little bit light on the buyer speed figures.
Stablemate is the favorite, odds on Deep Learning.
Well, she has run faster than anybody else. I just wonder if she may be not going in the opposite direction.
2 sprints stretching out. Bella knows for Brad Cox.
And really came from out of the clouds on debut, going 5.5. Will it translate to going longer?
Here's Philly Doro in the rematch with Deep Learning.
Ran well first time against winners in the Miss Grillo. Could take a step forward.
The daughter, a Grade 1 winner, Time in Motion, Tide of Time for Jimmy Toner.
Just the depth of pedigree here and the way she won on debut. I like her at 9-1.
Candy Moonshine, the speedster, coming off a maiden score gate to wire.
Certainly looks like Candy Moonshine is lone speed here. Doesn't it look like she's going to get very loose and potentially very brave on the lead?
And she has some good races to go back to. Not just that last effort, too. So 8-1 from that outside post. Back to getting serious. Owned by Stuart Janney, homebred for him. Shug McGahee, longtime partnership with those connections. And here's the maiden win that came right here.
She was really traveling well around the turn. Took Samuel Marin right into the race and had to set her down. I almost wonder if when she hit the front, she didn't kind of wait on her company a little bit, idle just a touch. Horses used to training in company. Now they get by themselves. Like, hey, where's everybody at? But this was a step forward and a nice effort.
Start number 2, stretching out for the first time, getting a win at a mile and a 16th, and now comes the stakes debut for this daughter of hard spun, and it gets to immediately save ground from that inside post.
Saving ground so important in turf racing, and she doesn't have to make any moves. She's already there. And one thing that I've liked, and Acacia was the first one to identify Sammy Marin over the winter when he was leading rider at Tampa Bay Downs, how well he rides the turf. And a lot of that is because he's patient. He'll save ground. He'll sit in there. He's been riding extremely well, closing in on 200 wins this year.
So he gets the opportunity for Shug McGahee here in New York. But even money, Deep Learning. Let's go back to the speed outside in Candy Moonshine for trainer Michael Gorham. Just missed on several occasions. A race taken off the turf, Delaware. Missed by a neck on the grass at 7.5. Missed by 3/4 of a length on a soft turf at Delaware. 3/4 of a length beat to get DQ'd to third, and then finally breaks through last time out, October 26th. Sort of an aggressively fast comeback, though, isn't it?
It is a bit of a quick turnaround, but, some horses respond positively to that. We just don't find out because most trainers are reluctant to run their horses back on short rest, but we're getting late in turf season. She's obviously a turf horse.
But could it be they're trying to squeeze one more in before we get out of turf season here?
I think that's probably more what it's like. And if you have an opportunity to get stakes placing for a 2-year-old filly, which is going to enhance her value, you understand the reasoning behind putting her right back in.
So 7-1 on one who absolutely looks like she's going to be the one in front. Is she talented enough to hang on, and is having broken her maiden just, less than 2 weeks ago? Going to have her with anything late in the stretch to still give. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at your current second choice, number 5, Phil Doro, for Brad Cox. Now, she's one that I did like a lot first time out, and sometimes that's often a product of just who they're facing, you know, what they look like against their competition. Now, she looks fine against this crew here, but she's another one that took a little bit of step backwards in her subsequent start after her maiden breaking score. And I will say this, you know, comparing her to Deep Learning and their trips last time, she was able to get over and save ground after not having much early speed, which she didn't necessarily have first time out either. She was able to follow the favorite around there, aka Deep Learning, and then she went wide. You know, she tipped out with Manny Franco wide while Deep Learning cut the corner. And there really wasn't all that much separating them. So I almost think that she may have run the better race. And, you know, the price disparity at the moment, as you were kind of pointing out, Greg, is a fairly big one. Like I said, physically, if you put the two of them next to each other, I'm going to pick Phil Doro every time. She's just a bit more of a robust filly that carries her weight a bit better. So I do like what I'm seeing from her, but I couldn't get over how well, number 1, Getting Serious looked, and maybe she's the one with the upward trajectory. Furthermore, she's got a big fan here in Hughes Hamilton, who is Anthony Hamilton's, Shug's assistant's son, who got pulled out of school early because she is his favorite horse. And apparently, according to his mom, Kristen, she's grumpy with everyone else except Hughes. So she definitely has a big fan in Hughes here standing trackside rooting home his filly. Guys?
Here we go. They come onto the turf. Thank you, Maggie. Getting Serious, 7:01 right now. Wow. Not only is Tide of Time the 6 with that pedigree not come down, actually, it's floated up even more. Now 10-1 on the 6.
Yeah, a bit surprised by that. I think she's definitely a horse that has some upside. I mean, she's going to have to take a step forward, but why couldn't she? Particularly Jimmy Toner is a trainer that develops horses. He doesn't crank them up to win first time. They win first time. It's because they have ability, and he's familiar with the family. He's trained so much of this family. Incredible relationship he's had over time with the Phillips Racing partnership. So 10-1, I just opened my Naira bets.
And that, as a result of Mig doing that, now 8-1. Wow, you placed a fairly large wager, I guess.
Well, you know, you gotta go with your beliefs.
You're a baller. See what happens. What is your take on 4-5 on Deep Learning the 3?
I just feel like it's a bit too short. I'm going to be surprised when she wins. She's run faster races than anybody, but it feels like that potentially she's taking a tiny step backwards as opposed to a step forward.
There's Getting Serious, first to step in. Chelsea Flower, these 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th on the turf.
If she comes out of the gate as fast going forward as she just did going backwards, she's going to leave pretty quickly.
Deep Learning was trying to get to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. Tough trip with an outside post. There she is in the Natalma. And plans changed after a runner-up in the Miss Grillo. So here we go. Chris Griffin, the call of the Chelsea Flower.
Stepping forward. Backs away. Manny Franco, Fidoro. Hesitates briefly. Now the 5 has gone in. Tide of Time. Next to move forward, Jorge Ruiz and Candy Moonshine. Last to load. All set for the Chelsea Flower. Really acting up there. That was Getting Serious. Unseated the rider, Samuel Marin. Looks like he landed on his feet. They are going to back the 1 out. Stand by.
All right, so here's Getting Serious, getting looked at with Samuel Marin waiting in the background. And we'll see what the verdict is here. 6-1 on the board. And Deep Learning remains the 3 at odds on, has been pretty much throughout in the wagering. I want to make everything as A-OK physically with this filly before any decision is made. And it looks like...
Yeah, it looks like they're popping the tack
coming
off.
out.
They just undid the overgirth and now the undergirth, and it does look like she is going to be a late scratch.
All right, so Getting Serious will come off the board. Shouldn't change things much. I believe they'll just keep everyone where they are on the gate.
Yeah, they'll back them all out, kind of let them take a breath, reset, and then they'll reload them from there. So it's just unfair to keep young horses in the starting gate that long. And honestly, you're asking for trouble. Someone else will start getting a little claustrophobic and worked up in there.
So unfortunate, a filly who added some intrigue to this race, but we'll have to wait to see another day. So scratched at the gate and reducing this to a field of 6, and now 3-5 with that on Deep Learning.
Yeah, she's been taking all the money from the start. It's not surprising. She does have some good races. Really hasn't never run a bad race.
Yeah, and there's Getting Serious going back to the barn. Look, we mentioned the Natalma outside post, wide trip around both turns, and then ground support did run really good in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf for Kelsey Danner.
Yeah, extremely well. So she's faced some good ones as well. Just felt like last time she was just a touch one-paced. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way.
I'm with you, but we'll see. I mean, ground support obviously would be 1-5 in here.
True.
Just ran 3rd, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. And there is Deep Learning. Short Price Prat, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. We go again with the late scratch of the one Getting Serious for the Chelsea Flower. Back to Chris Griffin.
Bella Nose, Fidoro. Tide of Time and Candy Moonshine to the outside. Candy Moonshine goes in. All set. And they're off. Candy Moonshine with early speed from the outside. Fidoro in the early mix too, but Candy Moonshine is quickest. Will get from an outside draw and get over to the rail. It's Candy Moonshine and Jamie Rodriguez to show the way. Switching right to the outside. Wanted to hold the rail, but moves out to the 2-path. There is Fitz Right, who's going to stalk from 2nd. At the rail progressing in 3rd, that's Deep Learning, who's followed in tandem in the purple cap by Fidoro. The 2 at the back, Tide of Time with the early trailer, Bella Nose. They work to the backstretch and Candy Moonshine trying to take them all the way. Candy Moonshine with a neck in front of right to the outside. Fitz Right is a challenging 2nd. Fidoro is traveling in tandem still with Deep Learning. They're 3rd and 4th. Just behind them, Tide of Time and Jorge Ruiz. They're in 5th. And the trailer, Bella Nose. They work up the backstretch, and the battle continues up front through a 48.35 half-mile time, and Candy Moonshine is there. Candy Moonshine, with less than a half-mile to go, has a neck advantage on Fitz Right to the outside here. Still a close-up 2nd. Deep Learning, saving all the ground, is towards the inside in 3rd with Fidoro, who now gets the cue. And Fidoro, Manny Franco, they're on the move. Purple cap, and they have now picked it up 3 wide. Deep Learning, patiently ridden, nowhere to go yet, just patiently ridden here by Prat, looking for a seam. Tide of Time from the back and Bella Nose. They reach the top of the lane. There's the split here for Deep Learning, who saved all the ground, switches to the outside and has Candy Moonshine in sights, and Deep Learning has thrust to the front. Candy Moonshine won't give in, switches leads, and now battles on towards the inside and won't let Deep Learning get away. Deep Learning trying to extend the margin inside the final 16th. Deep Learning will win. Deep Learning wins the Chelsea Flower. Bella Nose is in a tight photo there with Candy Moonshine, and Tide of Time in 1 minute 42.64 seconds.
It's Deep Learning, odds-on favorite with the victory at 3-5. Close for 2nd, might have been Bella Nose, the 4.
Yeah, may have been Bella Nose under Junior Alvarado, but the story's Deep Learning. Got a beautiful trip and ride, was able to save ground, found the seam, the split, came out, and got it done as the best horse. But another tremendous ride from Flavien Prat, who put on a clinic here Sunday with 7 wins, 3 seconds from 10 mounts, and just gives every horse their opportunity.
It's been forever I mean, it never happened. Did you ever think a jockey was going to win 7 on the card on the circuit?
You know, it's something I never gave a thought to.
As competitive as the circuit is now, too.
I mean, it was huge to win 5 in a day here. 6 in a day was the record. You know, several guys tied in it going back to the early 60s when Mike Venezia did it, right? 7, he's kind of broken, you know, through a certain barrier that I never gave it much thought. But, no, I guess I wouldn't have thought anybody would win 7 in a card in New York.
By the way, so it is the 4 who gets second. That's what the race was for here, because Deep Learning was just too good for this group. 3-4, 7-6. 3-5 over 11-1 over 9-1. Candy Moonshine did her best to try and take this field gate to wire. 2 for Prat today. That's nothing after a 7-win day. We expect more.
Yeah, listen, he and Irad Ortiz are battling for the Eclipse Award. Obviously, Flavien is the reigning Eclipse Award champion. Irad won 3 Breeders' Cups. I think Flavien said coming back to New York, all right, watch this.
Well, he had 2, Prat, and a runner-up in the Classic.
Yep.
So he had a pretty productive weekend himself.
I think they're about $500,000 apart in earnings at this juncture.
Prat up, right?
Yeah, with Prat up. Yep.
Back to Horseshoe Indie. Odds-on favorite. Kicked off the card. Race 2. 2-turn mile. Made special weight. Everyone trying for that first win. For 2-year-old fillies. Bartender. First-time starter. It's the Brad Cox barn. Gary and Mary West. Let's go to Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it is a very nice group going postward. And talked to Ricky Giannini, Brad Cox's assistant. We talked to him. He is so knowledgeable about breeding and pedigrees. And sometimes if I can't find something, I'll ask him. I thought it was really interesting, you know, that he was talking about essential quality. Actually, the 4s, we were looking in the paddock at who we liked. Obviously, he loves his horse, but he said the 2 and the 4 Paulo Lobos horses, and I agree. They looked physically phenomenal in the paddock, and I thought it was interesting. He said about essential quality that he was a really, really big horse. I didn't know this. He was like 16'3", said he had to take him from the pony all the time. He would like maul the pony, so she was pretty calm, but also showed a little bit of feist out there. So I liked that a lot. Going back to Ricky Giannini's horse that he's assistant for Brad Cox here, the 6 Bartender, Fernando de la Cruz, looking to take the early double, who's also our leading jockey. I said, what do you think about 2 turns first time out? And he said, you know what? She's got the pedigree for it. She's by Candy Ride, Giants Causeway Dam. He thinks she's going to like it. And boy, does she fit the bill physically. She's long, she's lean, and she was the classy one out of the group, in my opinion. And then I also did get to talk to Paulo Lobo about his horses after Ricky and I scoped out the competition. And he said, you know, I really, really like this horse, the 2 Resplendents, dropping down in class. He said that they've both been training very, very well. But he brought up the 4 to me, Reaching for the Moon, Alberto Burgos, who we just talked about by essential quality. That filly looked really good. She's big and fit, and you know, that's when Ricky kind of brought in, so was her sire. So a very nice group going postward here of 2-year-olds. You never know what's going to happen. I always call it the firework race because you never know what's going to pop off, but we'll see what happens here. I've got Bartender, the 6 from the Brad Cox barn, on top though, guys.
So does the public. Yeah, even money in here for the first-time starter. We'll see what this filly by Candy Ride does in the debut, with a steady series of works at Ellis.
They take this kind of money, it's meaningful. It means that they've been really turning some heads in their morning trials, in practice, if you will. Paulo Lobo, tremendous horseman. Loved when I got to ride for him out in California. And the 4, Reaching for the Moon, half to the stakes place winner, Game Warden, who likes those marathon distance. The mare also Fold Momentous, who won first time out, so there is some precocity there as well. And then he's got Resplendence, who's already run.
4-5 favorite. First time out, Brad Cox on the outside. Jim McNerney, the call, race 2 from Horseshoe Indie.
Eddie Girardo walking his mount, No Solution, up to the starting gate. No Solution goes in. 1 back, Bartender. Two-year-old fillies set for a start. They are off on their mile journey as Fernando de la Cruz going to hustle Bartender, but they're going to be 4 or 5 wide into that first turn as it's a mad scramble for that early lead. Resplendence using that experience to go a length clear from Listen to Your Mother. Ringlets is good to go. The New York bred sitting just off those top 2. Bartender still 3 wide, reaching for the moon in a good spot, sitting in 5th. And then No Solution is 6 lengths behind a reasonable opening quarter in 24.29. Resplendence having it all her own way at this point. Listen to Your Mother sitting in 2nd. Outside of that still comes Bartender in the pink silks and the black helmet cap. Ringlets getting a ground-saving trip, but is being nibbled at already and reaching for the moon in the debut. The good-looking gray reaching for the moon is just 3 lengths behind. Then comes No Solution, who continues to lose ground. No Solution is well behind, a half mile in 48.07. Listen to Your Mother being asked the question by Victor LeBron, who's not getting a response. Resplendence at 8-5, trying to give Evan Roman win number 997 as Bartender trying to get on even terms with Resplendence, who's going turf to dirt. And then the stablemate reaching for the moon is reaching and digging down deep. Bartender trying to get even with Resplendence, but Resplendence is game. Now Bartender attacks to the outside. Outside of those two is reaching for the moon. What a doozy it is with a 16th of a mile to go. Bartender and Resplendence, Bartender and Resplendence, too tight to call. Those two hooked up at the quarter pole and didn't stop in 140.17.
Did the first timer get there and get by Resplendence? Tough to call.
This was such a close call. Resplendence battling gamely on the inside. Bartender in between. Whose nose is down on the wire? Wow, that is too close to call. I wouldn't even be surprised if that was a dead heat, the way they linked up late.
And for a moment, it looked like both of these two might be in trouble, with another first-time starter for Paolo Lobo as well, reaching for the moon, starting to make a run, but runs out of room. It comes down to the 2 and the 6, 8-5, 6-5. I am not going to warrant a guess.
Not this one. This is too close to call. And their strides synced up late, where they were basically in the same frame, their legs or those. Wow, that is so tight. Keep an eye on how their front legs link up. See how the synchronicity of their strides in here? They're both on the same beat right at this point, the way they've hooked up. And now it's like whose nose is going to be up or down because their strides locked together. Very rare to see them that synchronized, right?
I was going to initially say, I don't know if the 6 ever got a nose in front, but that's not the case. It's incredibly tight. And
I'm calling it dead heat.
Okay, we'll see what happens. First time on dirt, whatever happens, on both these two ran big. Resplendence, I think now finding preferred surface. And what an effort. Winning, going a mile first time out for especially a 2-year-old, never easy. And this one having to try and gut it out here. One more look to the finish. It just was posted. No, it's clear now.
It's clear.
It is the 6 who is your winner. At 6-5, did go off favorite.
Wow.
Well, this barn tends to win a lot of these, Brad Cox.
A race that did not deserve a loser between those two. They ran both too well.
Meanwhile, back at the Chelsea Flower, Prat with 2 on the day. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and Deep Learning. Second of the Grade 2, Miss Grillo. Last time we saw her, now a stakes winner. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning rider of the Chelsea Flower, Flavien Prat. Who else, right? But Deep Learning, you just gave her a perfect ride, was able to get over, save ground, got a little bit of pace to run at today, and maybe getting back to one of her better efforts, which was her win, which you were aboard.
Yeah, she won very nicely first time out. Then you know, she went to Woodbine. She drew outside, so it was a tough race. And but today, yeah, she ran a good race again.
You know, she looks like such a big, rangy type of filly. You know, kind of some development to be had. Do you feel as though there's that potential to move forward and maybe potentially be a better 3-year-old?
Yeah, absolutely. I think she'll get even better as a 3-year-old. But yeah, it seems like she's talented and just need to figure things out.
Has it sunk in that you made history? It's incredible. Has never been done before in New York, winning 7 races in a card, and you were only worse than second in 3 other races.
Yeah, I mean, it started to sunk in. Obviously, it was just an amazing day. Honestly, it's something that for sure I remember forever.
Well done, you riding lights out per usual.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, my agent, and all the trainers that participate in that day, and very thankful.
Real quick, your agent, Brad Pegram, you guys have been together for a long time. I marvel at your relationship. Seems like you have an excellent working relationship.
Yeah, a great relationship. He's very professional and does a great job, so it's just a pleasure to work with him.
Well done. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Flavien Prat, back aboard Deep Learning. Back to the winner's circle, Greg.
It's incredible how he's followed up his first ever Eclipse Award year with a year that he right now, I think most would say he's in pole position to win it again. It's going to be very close down to the wire between him and Alvarado Ortiz Jr. But a never been done before 7-win day, not just 7-win day, but a 7-win day flying back from the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar the very next day to do it.
Yeah, people should never underestimate how difficult it is to ride a big weekend, Friday and Saturday Breeders' Cup, the pressure, the intensity of that, get on a red eye, fly overnight, land here, come right to the race course and ride all day again, and deliver those kind of performances, remarkable.
Deep Learning, second win on the day for Prat after that historic first ever 7-win day on the NYRA circuit on Sunday. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and the Chelsea Flower winner. It's Deep Learning. Acacia stepping in for me next.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside.
They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2 with live coverage from Aqueduct. It's the first day of the fall meet here at the Big A. We have horses in the paddock for this maiden special weight for the New York breds, and we'll begin with the outside 3. They are taking some money, including number 8 in here, Hot Currency for Linda Rice, who does have blinkers now in her 3rd start. Pretty significant cup as well. 3/4 cup, or AKA a French cup blinker on this filly who last time we saw her, she was chasing the very impressive Let Me Count the Ways around the racetrack, who would come back and win a New York bred stakes in her subsequent start, stretching out to a mile and winning with an 81 buyer. Hot Currency, she broke running from the rail but couldn't quite keep up with Let Me Count the Ways, and I thought she stayed on well through the lane. So maybe with these blinkers, considering she had a bit of early foot from the gate, they are going to try to get her more forward from the gate and from the start. So she's quite quiet though here in the paddock. So with that mindset, I was wishing she showed a little bit more energy here overall. She looks fine, and I think she is logical based upon what we see from her on paper. The horse who caught my eye that has experience in here is number 9, Magic in My Eyes, who debuted in a race with Rena's Revenge, who was a bit more disappointing than Let Me Count the Ways in that subsequent stakes race. But Magic in My Eyes, she was chasing outside, then she got a little bit green in the stretch, but it took her a while to switch leads, kind of ran with her head in the air a bit, but I thought she showed a bit of promise that with a little more forward progression, with a little bit more fitness, she could make some noise here. And boy, she looks excellent here in the paddock. I love the way she's striding out for Amelia Green, nicely on the bridle, with a little bit more professionalism too. I think she could throw her name in the hat for one of the horses that could fill out your exotics or even win here, as a horse who is likely to show some speed, as well as number 10, Absolute Smoke. And she was just, you know, kind of 3rd best, if you will, in that race with Let Me Count the Ways. She was saddled outside with the pony, a little bit of an edgier type, but holding it together so far. Looks incredibly strong behind the saddle. And, you know, we see Dave Duggan giving the leg up there to Luis Rivera. This is a duo that has had horses running well. They might not be winning, but they are hitting the board. And I think Absolute Smoke should do just that, as we welcome Acacia Clement back to the show right now. She's on the desk. Hey, Acacia.
Hey, Maggie. Happy to be up here on the set, taking you the rest of the way, and alongside you, Richie, as we do have these maiden 2-year-olds coming up, as Maggie was talking about some of the contenders. Let's meet the whole field, though, Meg, starting off with 2-year-old filly first-time starter, Higher the Hat from the reel.
Higher the Hat by Bo Liam, who's getting 17% winners with his first-time starters, and actually 17% overall first crop sire.
I'm a big fan of him thus far. Not much made by Tacitus, the sire of the number 2 Mathia, as of yet.
Not quite yet, and this is a first foal out of the mare, and not taking a lot of money on the board.
Are you bluffing second-time starter for John Kimmel?
I thought ran okay on debut, didn't have any excuses.
It was quite green in the preliminaries that day. There's the 5 Power of Women first-time starter.
That comes in with a kind of an old school work tab, and I like that 3 furlong blowout on November 1st.
Margarita Molly, now your favorite.
Yeah, has shown good speed in both of her starts, the second being a stake at Finger Lakes.
There's Hot Currency, who faced Let Me Count the Ways.
Yeah, taking all the money here with Flavien Prat. Certainly a contender. I'm a little surprised the horse is favored.
Magic in My Eyes, generous price for a horse that finished second on debut.
Yeah, and actually in front of Absolute Smoke, who came back with another 3rd place finish, but 10-1 is way too big a price there.
Speaking of Absolute Smoke, there she is to round out the field outside.
I thought she made a nice step from her first race to her second race, where they kind of changed tactics a bit and allowed her to settle a bit more. That outside post certainly aids that.
There is a look at the number 7, Margarita Molly, 5-2 co-favorite right now. Now, she showed speed first time out, even though she was very green prior to that debut race in Saratoga. And then she went right into the Ladyfinger as a maiden, another race in which she showed forward position. She makes sense as a horse taking money as she gets back in with straight maidens. And here,
Yeah, and listen, you know, people say, oh, she ran at Finger Lakes. But those are some pretty hard-hitting 2-year-olds that ship up from the Naira circuit, as well as the good ones they have at Finger Lakes for the Lady Fingers. I thought she made a lot of sense. I liked her in the 10, but the 9 at 8-1 now, I think is getting a bit overlooked.
I know the 9 Magic in My Eyes. The speed figure was not that quick, but it was a second place finish. The winner was much the best that day. She's been freshened up since then, and she certainly strikes you, I think, as the type of horse who could improve with a race under her belt.
Absolutely, and Amelia Green, who learned a lot of her lessons partly under Todd Pletcher. Todd's horses tend to run a little bit better second time, as good as he is with first-time starters. I thought the race really ran through the 10 and the 7, but I would definitely throw the 9 Magic in My Eyes in there as well, because I just think she's getting overlooked and shouldn't be.
Generous price at 8-1. The number 5, meanwhile, Power of Women, one of a couple of first-time starters in here. Maggie, what's she showing you out on the track?
Well, the board's showing us, Acacia, that she is one that potentially is live here. And we often see that. Charlie Baker, when he reaches out to Joel Rosario, generally puts him on the more well-meant mounts. And while she is a daughter of Big Brown, only does hit at 9% with his first-time starters, the Dam, she wanted a little bit more ground. And same thing with the lone sibling. So I wonder if this is one that could potentially desire a bit more ground to work with. But the fact of the matter is she shows up here sharp, she shows up here fit, and she has been continuously taking some money of the first-time starters. Feels like the most live one. So we'll see what she does here as number 1, Higher the Hat. Has a decent pedigree, honestly. Bo Liam, as you guys were mentioning, has done well with his freshman crop. They're winning at 18% on the racetrack, and she's a half to forward move, as well as Miss Lau, both decent New York breds that have run well on this very racetrack. So I wish she looked a little, and Jorge Bray is very good with his first-time starters. I just wish she looked a bit better in her coat, a little bit stronger overall. And for a first-time starter from this barn, really isn't taking that much money. And then a big price up there is Mathia, whom I didn't love her OBS March workout, but that was way back in March, where she only worked 10 and 2. She looked a bit short-strided, but it's taken her a little bit to get to the races, which I don't mind, because it looks as though she's grown a lot. She's a lot bigger than I anticipated her being. Obviously, with that kind of price, you kind of want to take the wait-and-see approach, but I definitely was impressed based upon my first inclination of what I saw from her in that workout, and she definitely moved forward in my eyes. But, guys, I agree with Richie. I can't get over the price on number 9, Magic in My Eyes, who honestly did look best back in the paddock.
8-1, generous price on her. Maggie, thanks. Magic in My Eyes. She got my eye first time out as well. She was 3 wide in there pressing. She did run on well behind Rena's Revenge, who, yes, disappointed in her subsequent starts, but she would go right into trying the Frisette and then into New York bred stakes. So she's kind of a filly that's gone on into deeper waters, and thought this one had license to improve. I think what we're all saying is she's not necessarily saying she has to win, just she's a big price for how much she could take a step forward.
Absolutely. Maybe people just rely so heavily on the buyer figures and go, well, it was a light buyer figure, so we'll move on. But I think you got to look a little deeper than that. And she finished in front of the 10, absolute smoke on debut. Got to think that she's going to take a step forward with that effort as well.
The number 5, Power of Women, by the way, late jockey change was announced. Sahin Savachi will be aboard this one. So climbing aboard, first-time starter for Charlie Baker. And as Maggie touched on, the pedigree does suggest longer, so maybe a starting point. But she is taking some attention for a horseman that can certainly have them ready and see what she can do at first asking.
Even though Rosario's not riding, was named on.
Right.
And to me, that's usually a tell. Charlie Baker likes a horse. He tends to look for Joel first.
Sahin Savachi to be aboard, a rider who we saw in New York last winter. This year has been based up at Woodbine and has been riding exceptionally well up there, and planning to have his tack down here in New York for this winter.
Yeah, nice welcome addition. And then next year, when we're at Belmont Park, when the construction's completed, we'll be on synthetic for a few months during the winter, and he obviously knows how to ride synthetic the way he's been riding at Woodbine.
He's been winning quite a few graded stakes up there as he'll be aboard that first-time starter. Favoritism now shifting over to the number 8, Hot Currency, who she was a main track only first time out, but she ran a good second and then came back and last time out finished 4th while chasing behind Let Me Count the Ways. She became a stakes winner, so you'd imagine with the blinkers on, some natural progression.
Do you think, though, part of the reasoning behind this horse now being favored is Flavien Prat aboard?
Yes, yeah, because if you look through it, she didn't improve that much on a speed figure standpoint from first to second start. She could improve with the blinkers, but I would think the 7 should be favored.
I agree with you on that front. Maybe the blinkers will help facilitate that improvement, but and listen, we're not going to be surprised if she wins. I'm just surprised she wound up favored.
See, if the blinkers going on do help her in her 3rd career start. Hot Currency, daughter of Central Banker. Maiden special weight for the New York bred 2-year-old fillies coming up here in race 7. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin as we continue opening day of Aqueduct.
Absolute Smoke to the outside. Luis Rivera Jr., they go in. All set. And they're off. Off a step slow, there was Higher the Hat as the early trailer. Speed from Margarita Molly. Challenged towards the outside by Hot Currency. Absolute Smoke is in that early mix, and in between horses, here comes Power of Women to be up in the early kick too. Power of Women now with a neck advantage tightly at the rail. There's Are You Bluffing? It's a scramble on for the front end. 5 of them up front. Nice journey for Magic in My Eyes. It's a well-slotted 6 right behind a 5-way battle for the front. Higher the Hat to Mathea. They're the 2 trailers. They work into the far turn, still tightly bunched, 22.57 for the opening quarter mile. Power of Women with a nose advantage. Here 2 wide is Margarita Molly. 3 wide, Hot Currency. 4 wide, Absolute Smoke. Higher the Hat is making momentum, is in 7th, but now moving up quickly, and Higher the Hat, who was off a step slow, is in 5th, and a lot of momentum as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Hot Currency has got a nose advantage. Absolute Smoke down the center of the racetrack. Higher the Hat starts to stall now. Down towards the inside, battling on Margarita Molly. Hot Currency is up by 2.5, 3 widening lengths. And Hot Currency is sprinting away. It was a battle on for the lead, and Hot Currency was best. Hot Currency, Linda Rice with another victory on the afternoon. Hot Currency wins it, Absolute Smoke. Then came Margarita Molly and Higher the Hat in 1 minute 17.75 seconds.
Well, turns out was favored for a reason. Hot Currency gets the victory in her 3rd career start with the blinkers on. That's 2 for Linda Rice and 3 for Flavien today.
Keeping the beat going after a very successful Sunday for Flavien. Linda tied for leading owner. That was a bit surprising to me. But Hot Currency, she made 2-1 look like a gift. So the public was all over it, and they were 100% right. I was 100% wrong. Like I said, not surprised that she won, just surprised that she drew favoritism. The 10 Absolute Smoke ran a very good race. She just got hung up wide the entirety of the turn, 5-6 wide throughout, and flattened out a little bit late, but was game to be second. She won't be a maiden long.
8-10-7-1. Flavien Prat, another multi-win day here in New York, gets the victory with Hot Currency. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back after this.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
We're back on America's Day at the races here on FS2 as we get ready for the third race at Horseshoe Indie. It's a 5-furlong turf sprint, maiden claiming for $15,000. Scratch of the 8 in here, and right now it is a horse that's getting out of the turf for the first time. That's currently 3-2 in Stylet, and a major drop in class for Brad Cox. As we check in for Rachel McLaughlin. Rachel, any thoughts on this filly as a favorite getting onto the turf?
Yeah, of course. You know, I had to talk to Ricky Giannini, longtime assistant here in Indiana. He also does fairgrounds for Brad Cox, just so you guys know. And I said, Ricky, we get good luck here on Thursdays together. Last Thursday, he made me look good when I popped him on the show real quick, and he talked about his horse. So let's see if we can't roll this and see if we can get Fernando de la Cruz, the jockey, a hat trick here today on the card. He took the first two, the last one for Brad, and then this would be 2 in a row for Brad. So she looked good. She's really a very tall, very imposing filly. I got in the paddock in her stall with her and Ricky. He said, you know what, she shouldn't mind the turf. I think she's going to take to the grass really well. She's been off since August. He said she's been training better, and he says she trains in the morning and looks better in the morning than she does in her races. So he's hoping that she can kind of get that good morning work. Then you see it there, a bullet coming into this one on the 17th, and get that to show up on the track, which is obviously what we're all trying to do, right? But Stylet, she did look good though in the paddock. And then the 7 really impressed me, especially going off after the post braid. I don't know if you guys saw it, but she kind of took off, and she really, I can't explain it. She looked like she just wanted to go. The way that the pony, you know, had to hold her, he kind of had to turn her head sideways. She wasn't exactly acting up, I wouldn't say, but you could just tell she wanted to let loose. She wanted to go. So always a good sign. She's got early speed. And then Marcelino Pedroza, the jockey, who is another one that I've known since I was an intern. And talking to these guys, I think Megan and I were talking about last time, I got to fight to get these guys to give me anything, which is funny that that's how I've decided to spend my time with you guys, is getting information from everyone. But Marcelino said, I said, so she's got early speed. You going to go to lead? He said, no, Rachel, it depends. I'm not just going to go to the lead to go to the lead. It depends on the break. He said anything could happen and anything could change, but he is going to, if she gets a good break, go to the lead. And Ricky even said, the Stylet, the 6's assistant trainer, said, you know what, I'm hoping we just don't get a speed duel. And then Marcelino kind of confirmed that. So we'll be watching for that here today for sure. And then the 4 I thought looked good as well, Up Scuttled. Richard Ostenvanko, the trainer, said, you know what, this horse, she just really tries. She tries really hard, and he hopes he's got her in a spot. She's been running good at Belterra, and he thought, let's take her over to Indiana and try her. So those are the 3 that I thought looked pretty good going into this race. We'll see if we're going to have to eat another favorite here with Stylet.
6-5 now. Rachel, thank you. Stylet, filly by Caracaro, who she sold for 6 figures. She was not able to keep up on the dirt and maiden special weight, so it's a significant drop in class as she gets onto the grass for the first time.
And sometimes horses that train really well on the dirt in the mornings but it doesn't translate to their afternoon form, it's because they are more turf horses, right? And they get to work into the bridle. They're held together, kept balanced. So that'll be interesting. I'm going to make it really simple for me. The 3 horse, I'm going with Carmelita. My wife, Carmelita. Her first start, she just had no idea what she was doing, then wound up on dirt, and now she's back to turf. Maybe it's that Goldilocks effect.
See what she does at 9-1, a nice price as she gets on to the turf. Set first off the claim for John Horan as they step onto the grass. Even money now on the 6 Stylet. Quickly too, you know, sometimes horses, she sold at the OVS April sale, which is a synthetic track. And sometimes those, you know, do transfer much more to turf as well. So we'll see how she takes to it today.
Yeah, right. It's a distinctly different surface, but more times you'll see horses that work or, you know, run well on synthetic. It translates to turf.
Yeah. Even money favorite on that big drop in class. Brad Cox looking for another one over at Horseshoe Indie. They load in on the grass. Jimmy McNerney standing by with the call.
10-1. Up next. With Lady of Light and Up Scuttled. Last to load will be Kaylee's Kitten. Set for a start. All standing nicely. And they're off and running to an even beginning as Stylet wants to lead, but Stylet not nearly as quick as Collected Mist. Looking to cross and clear in tightly was Story Channel. The stablemate took the worst of that one as Collected Mist puts 2 lengths clear on the rest of this field. Emoji just had issues as well, and now Up Scuttled running in as it's a lot going on through an opening quarter in 21.68. Lady of Light is ranging into it. Collected Mist says, catch me if you can. Stylet's under an all-out drive, being asked for his best and not making up any ground on these top 2. Collected Mist at 14-1, now being attacked by Lady of Light as Lady of Light goes right up to Collected Mist. Here comes Emoji down on the inside. It's Lady of Light lunging late. Emoji is coming, but it's too late. It's Lady of Light from Emoji, and then came Collected Mist in 57.42.
Number 7, Lady of Light with the win. First time sprinting on the turf for a claiming tag, and it paid off as the blinkers off, was able to sit just off the pace, and she had just enough late.
And turning back from the mile and the 16th last time, so I'm certain that helped her stamina as she was reaching for the wire late, but she got a good trip. The 9-horse Collected Mist crossing over from the outside put the horses inside of them just a touch of a jam, and I think the 6 Stylet had to steady a bit, but then she had her opportunities and kind of ran a little one-paced.
Just not quite enough on the outside, but made a decent account of herself. Late rally up the rail from the 2 Emoji. We'll bring you prices in a bit, and we'll also learn the story of the Rice Barn ready for another strong Aqueduct meet. Linda Rice continuing to fire on all cylinders. More on that after this.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Race 7 was for the 2-year-olds here at Aqueduct. Hot Currency heads into the winner's circle in her 3rd career start, and that's the 3rd win today for Flavien Prat.
Flavien keeps the beat going. 7 wins Sunday, 3 win Thursday. I'm sure he got a little bit of rest over the days off. But quite a schedule.
Oh, I think he needed it.
Yeah, and this really ran on well. I mean, again, I questioned her at 2-1. You know, she made 2-1 look like an absolute gift. And the runner-up ran well from the Dave Duggan barn in absolute smoke. Just caught a bit wide, maybe second best regardless. Pretty fairly well beaten.
Hot Currency certainly was best in there with the blinkers on, getting the victory. $6.92 winner. Logical horses in the top 3 in race 7 as we turn our attention to the 8th race on the inner turf New York bred allowance for fillies and mares. And that's where the gate will be positioned, getting ready for this upcoming 8th race. As we take a look at the field right now, it's the number 3, Gallant Greta, who's a heavy favorite. She was a heavy favorite 2 starts back, and I was a little bit concerned about her chances coming into the Ticonderoga, Richie. And I know certainly at that time, and it's continued, that everything from Mike Maker's barn here in New York was running well, but she ran exceptionally well in the Ticonderoga, finishing 2nd.
A strong second to Awesome Check, who's been in good form. Does it concern you a little bit that nose defeat in the allowance race to Can't Fool Me, who's in here, and then a neck defeat there, and she's got 2 wins, 4 seconds?
Yes. Yeah, she does have a little bit of that look of maybe one that doesn't always want to go by. Flavien Prat will be back aboard, though. He'll look for another win today on the card, as we'll learn more about this upcoming 8th race after this.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
You can gamble anywhere all the time. Just ask yourself, should I? Take a pause and think about how often you're gambling. A pause can help you stay in control. Visit oasis.ny.gov to take our survey and see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. We have horses on track for race 8 coming up. Go right into the post parade. Nona Lynn kicks things off, Richie.
Hard knocking, consistence, never run a bad race by a sire I really like in Slumber.
Maybe not the sexiest stallion, but it seems like they can all run. There is the now 2-5 favorite, Gallant Greta.
Yeah, she runs anywhere close to her last race. It's a foregone conclusion.
Snowy evening, long time since she's seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, earner of over 230,000, but maybe at 5, soon to be 6, forms tail just a little bit.
Here's Money Grab, who, fun fact, have sister to Absolute Smoke, who was just 2nd in the last race.
Yeah, I like that fun fact. And from Horatio de Paz, the stash.
He does. He's rocking the mustache nowadays. There's Can't Fool Me out of the Ticonderoga as well.
Well, 3 back, she did defeat Gallant Greta, but, well, beaten in her last 2 starts.
Big price disparity in those two. Big price, though, on this one. Latest edition would be a surprise.
Would be a surprise, but probably has a say in how this race runs because she possesses speed.
She's an Arctic queen. Gets back on the turf for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, out of She's a Stone Cold Dingo by Lonro, Australian, like that.
Clever name. There is Saratoga Snow. She's won her last 2, going quite quickly through her conditions.
Yeah, and going to have to take another step forward, but her last race was a big step in the right direction. Got a beautiful trip and ride from Junior Alvarado, who rides her back here. And Saratoga Snow, I think snow's forecasted for Saratoga Monday night into Tuesday.
Oof, that time of year. Clearly means it's time that Acacia left Saratoga, so right on time.
Become a snowbird. Fly south.
Oh, yes. We all know I don't do well in the cold weather. There is the one, Nona Lynn. Look, I know that she necessarily hasn't been kind of the fastest or won that impressively, but you have to give it to her. Since coming back in 2025, she's been incredibly consistent. She's shown up in each of her spots, and she did finish second in the New York Stallion Series 2 back. Does have to step up that first level allowance victory.
Yeah, but all her races are good. She's not slow, even though she comes from just off the pace. And I love watching her warm up. She's got this almost elegant way of going. And, you know, you talk about her sire, Slumber, stands at Rock Ridge, upstate in the Hudson Valley. And from the family of Dan Seeley, that good, strong pedigree. And you got to think with Synthetic going to be in the future in New York for a few months, he'd probably be a sire people should start looking for, not just for turf, but synthetic as well.
1-2, though, on the 3, Gallant Greta. Maggie, does she look like a 1-2 shot?
I mean, no, not necessarily, but I get why, coupled with her form that she is. Look, weirdly, I have not worked any of this filly's races since 2024. The last time I saw her, she was actually a late scratch back in October of last year because she was not moving well behind. She didn't look good behind. And she's just done a complete 180, obviously based upon her form, but with what I'm observing from her, she just looks so much better overall in that department. And I thought her last race was good. She kind of cruised into the race in the second turn. She did have a wider trip than Awesome Check that day, so I give her some extra credit points for that. And she's just gotten good, especially towards the tail end of this year for Mike Maker. As we'll move on to a horse, a New York bred that's missed the entirety of turf season for Horacio de Paz. That's money grab in here. Look, she comes back. I've always kind of felt as though she's a little bit of an awkwardly put together filly, so it's hard to gauge how fit she is, and she is a generous 12-1 up there on the board because at times she has run races fast enough to be very competitive in this spot. She just kind of looks a bit dropped. Like, she has a little bit of a belly, her hindquarters are a bit peaked, you know, it just needs to all come up. As I often say, just be a little bit more developed, a little stronger, but I don't know how many more opportunities she's going to have after this one here being New York bred for turf season. So we'll see what she does. As moving on to the outside, horse taking money that I kind of was interested in is number 9, Saratoga Snow. Now, I do feel as though Junior Alvarado gave her a perfect trip last time. She broke forwardly. She got over to the rail. She allowed some runoff type horses to go out in front of her. She cut the corner, but she was game to the wire. So I will give her some credit points for that. And it feels like she is one that could be on the upswing, where some of these we know who they are already. She looked great in the paddock here for Mike Deeney. It's not a horrible post, but it's not great. Junior Alvarado going to have to work a bit of magic from out there, but I thought, you know, with the money she's taking, Acacia, she is a bit intriguing here.
Yeah, she certainly is, and she's been in good form. Maggie, thank you. Saratoga Snow, who broke her maiden finally for $50,000. Admittedly, she's one of those horses, Richie, that I'd just been chasing for a while because I was so excited when she'd moved to the turf, and then it seemed they'd kind of experimented with sprinting her, and she's not a sprinter, and then stretching back out in distance, and it seems like they've just kind of figured her out.
Yeah, maybe, just they figured her out. The light bulb came on a little bit from her perspective. And isn't it interesting when a horse finally breaks through, gets that first win, and they follow it right back up? It's almost like they go, well, I kind of like all the attention and adoration I got for visiting that little circle over there and, running faster than everybody else.
1-2, though, on your favorite. There is Nona Lynn from the rail. She is a horse that's been in good form, still kind of lightly raced, and you would think that she'd need to take a step forward to some of the more accomplished older horses in here. But another one like Saratoga Snow that comes in off the back of a win and in good form.
Yeah, she's never run a bad race. I mean, and she's shown steady improvement in every start. Now, yeah, I do think she probably has to improve, or the 3 Gallant Greta has to regress, but that improvement could be there. Gallant Greta, also bred by Gallagher's stud Marlene Brody, has done such a good job after her husband Jerry passed away to keep it going. And as a matter of fact, the 520 acres of Gallagher's stud in the land easement now, so it always has to be farmland.
Love to hear that for sure. As you see some great historic New York farms represented with any field of New York breds here as we see them load in on the turf for race 8. Good one coming up. Here's Chris Griffin.
Latest edition, reared up, now settles. And they're off. Latest edition with early speed right to the front, and latest edition will cross over in front of the field and get rail position is up by 3/4 of a length. Here's pressure from Money Grab, is now a close-up second. They really back off the early tempo. She's an Arctic Queen, is looking to tuck in, is right there in third with at the rail. That's Nona Lynn, is traveling in tandem with Gallant Greta. Snowy Evening is there in the orange cap towards the back end of the field. The 2 trailers, Saratoga Snow and Can't Fool Me. Very leisurely pace right now, 23.54. Doing it easily is latest edition. A big long shot is up by 2. Money Grab is right there from second. Having trouble around the turn was a big long shot, and She's an Arctic Queen is on the muscle, very keen, wants to go from third. Nona Lynn is at the rail, progressing nicely here for Manny Franco, is followed by Gallant Greta and Flavien Prat. They're now 4th and 5th in front of Snowy Evening and Javier Castellano. Saratoga Snow on the move with Alvarado from the back, and Can't Fool Me is the trailer. 48 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Latest edition is still there. Money Grab with every shot is right there with a half length behind the leader. Less than a half mile to go. Latest edition has the lead. Money Grab is in pursuit. Nona Lynn continues to progress and catch the eye, is at the rail moving forward from 4th. Snowy Evening's on the move. Gallant Greta's waiting for room. They reach the top of the lane. Money Grab is ready to pounce on the leader, latest edition. Nona Lynn towards the outside, and Nona Lynn's trying to pick him up. Gallant Greta switches out 4 wide, and here comes Gallant Greta ready to pounce, and Gallant Greta has now pushed on by the field. Nona Lynn is a clear second. Snowy Evening is running up into third, but give it to Gallant Greta. Flavien Prat just keeps winning. Gallant Greta, there's your winner. Nona Lynn second, then Snowy Evening, followed by Money Grab. 1 minute 42.27 seconds.
Chris said it best that Flavien just keeps winning for today, but Gallant Greta, she was decidedly best in here, as the price would suggest.
Decidedly best, and get that beautiful inside-out trip, saved the ground around the turns, angled out in the stretch, inhaled the one. Nona Lynn leaving the 8th pole and drew off as much the best. 4 on the day for Flavien Prat, who just gives every horse their chance to win. Good effort from Nona Lynn, second best. During the run into the race, the way my mind thinks, I'm looking at Snowy Evening, She's an Arctic Queen, and Saratoga Snow. And I said, if it comes in, these 3 in an exactor or try, I'm going to kick myself because they're all, the snow and cold weather theme. But it was Gallant Greta over Nona Lynn. So that's the way we went with Greta, Nona Lynn, right?
I get it. I get it. Gallant Greta with the victory at 1-2, 3-1-4-5 after a 7-win Sunday. Flavien Prat comes right back with a 4-win Thursday and counting. Bill Mott, though, fresh off a big weekend, won the Breeders' Cup Distaff with Scylla. He's looking for more stakes wins this week as Noble Dynasty gets ready to take on the Central Park.
charge. It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and Flavien Prat, he certainly knows his way to the Aqueduct winner's circle.
He's beating a path there. I'm just glad that Aqueduct's going to close after the construction's done at Belmont, because the way he's riding, he might have a crack at passing me one day here. And his mount in the last race scratched, so he's just going to have to settle for 4, only 4 today. But, you know, Acacia, it's just fun for me to watch him ride because, first of all, I appreciate and admire good riding. But he gives every horse a chance to win. He puts them in a place they can win from. You never walk away from a Flavien Prat ride going, he left them too much to do or he used them too much. He gives them their opportunity.
$3 winner, Gallant Greta, was much the best, and she was the heavy favorite there in race 8. As we turn the page to you at the 9th, quickly, Richie, I wanted to ask you, I know you and Greg talked about it earlier, but what he did this weekend with 7 wins on the card, I've seen it done a couple times down at Gulfstream in the winter. Tyler Gaffleone, Luis Saez, kind of tying Jerry Bailey's record from previously at Red Ortiz. There's often a lot more races there for kind of the little bit more compact card, the level of competition and the riding colony that you have here in New York and on Breeders' Cup weekend. How much more impressive does that make it?
Well, it's super impressive because, like you said, less races, ultra-competitive jockey colony. And you think about the history of New York racing and the great riders that have plied their trade in New York for well over 100 years. To stand alone with a record like that, it's a huge accomplishment. You start going through the inventory of Hall of Famers and some of the greatest riders in the history of the game that plied their trade here. You know, for people that don't know, years ago when Saratoga was a 24-day meet, it was so competitive. The leading rider would have somewhere between 20 and 25. If they got up close to 30, there was a slam dunk they were going to be leading riders. Same thing with trainers. 8 or 10 were going to be leading trainer in a 24-day meet. But mostly because it was so competitive. It was just that hard to win that many. When you've got a room full of George Velasquez, Angel Cordero, Eddie Maple, Cinto Vasquez, and on and on and on and on, you know, eventually Jerry Bailey, Mike Smith, it's hard to think that anybody could dominate to win 7 races on a single card. I mean, 5 was a huge accomplishment. 6 was the record. He's on a place all by himself.
Putting his name into the history books, that's for sure. Remarkable feat this weekend from Flavien Prat, who just keeps going now with 4 on it this Thursday. We head over to Horseshoe Indie Race 4 coming up next. It's an Indiana-bred maiden claiming, going 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Significant scratch here. The 7-5 morning line favorite, Maximum Justice, coming out. Now favoritism going to the outside in Z's Fireball as we check in with Rachel.
Oh my gosh, Acacia, you can feel me. It's time for the coat. The sun has gone behind the building, and Rachel has on the rain jacket, and it's not cutting it, you guys. Gotten a little bit of chilly out here, but as we know, horses love that. Yeah, with the key scratch, like you said, the 2 kind of opens it up, and I think it's, from what I saw in the paddock, 6-7. The 7 Z's Fireball definitely looks good. Dropping back and down to maiden claiming. So obviously a key drop there when you're over maiden special weight to maiden claiming. There's only a couple that haven't been in maiden claiming before, with the 3 and the 5. Z's Fireball, I got to talk to Alberto Burgess as he walked out of the room, and he said, last time was just no good, Rach. I just did not like that race at all, but back before, if we can run like we did on September 29th, he said, I think she's gonna be tough in here for sure. Now, and he said, I love the outside. I think with the outside draw as well, she's got a big chance today. I will tell you guys, she was raring up in her stall. The 6 and the 7, there was a lot of kicking. There was a lot of feistiness from those 2, which, as we saw in the last race that I said, the one that was feeling a little feisty, I said the 7 looked really good and felt like it wanted to go, and boy, did it go. So if that's any indication, I think these outside horses are who you got to look at. The 6, Prayer for Victory, and the 7, Z's Fireball. I'll mention one more. I did talk to apprentice rider Jose Gutierrez, which I can't say enough good things about this kid. He is very talented, and he rides a really good race. He always puts his best foot forward, and he's really also a well-spoken, jockey. And he said, Rachel, we got bumped last time, and the game plan is just to be close to the lead. And he also likes that this horse is getting a little bit easier, and he mentioned the scratch. So not to belabor kind of the same points in here, but very interesting. The blinkers are coming off the 7, Z's Fireball, and 4, the King Stinger is adding blinkers today. Back to you guys.
Rachel, thank you. 4-5 on the number 7, Z's Fireball. Did run well at this level, first time out.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the field, and this horse has just run considerably faster, at least on debut, and gets back to that $25,000 level. I thought the 3 might be a touch interesting. First time ever sprinting after showing good speed going further.
4-5 favorite to the outside after a scratch of the morning line favorite as we head in for race 4, Horseshoe Indie. Our apologies earlier, as it is Brian Aragoni who's calling the races over at Horseshoe Indie. Let's head up to Brian.
Favorite Z's Fireball is already loaded at 3-5. Last to load will be Prayer for Victory. Indiana-bred maidens set to go 5.5 furlongs. Pray for Victory being walked up to the starting gate. Joshua Morales back aboard the 2-year-old. They are off and running, and it was a terrible beginning for Mountain Mike, who's well behind the rest of this field, but Sombeye King on the cutback, down to 5-2. Pokes that head in front from Pray for Victory. Z's Fireball at 3-5 is good to go. Then comes the King Stinger along with Bulldog Mike, and the slow starting Mountain Mike is 12 lengths behind Sombeye King through an opening quarter in 22.35. Jose Gutierrez is looking to go clear, but Z's Fireball is sensing the warning call, and Alberto Burgos gets an immediate response from Z's Fireball, who's right up to the throat latches Sombeye King. That's it for Pray for Victory. Z's Fireball repelled at this point. Sombeye King looking to be the king in this one. Z's Fireball going to try again, but Sombeye King on the cutback has more. Finding more. Z's Fireball going to try hard right through the line, and Z's Fireball getting to this one late, but it's too late as Sombeye King gets the job done in race number 4.
Sombeye King with the victory, who you mentioned, Richie, first time sprinting and gets the victory on the drop in class, holding off the favorite.
Yeah, first time sprinting, first time for a tag. You get the apprentice rider that Rachel pointed out has been doing good work there, and maybe not the prettiest mover in the world, but he just was a touch better than the 7 Z's Fireball. But public kind of honed in on those two, right? They identified that they were the 2 horses, and you got them in inverted order.
Very logical result there at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Sombeye King with the victory, as tomorrow we have some more stakes action to look forward to, continuing on with a lot of 2-year-olds this weekend. We'll take a look at the Central Park, a 1/16 on the turf for 2-year-olds on Friday. And looking forward to this one, we'll get a chance to see Noble Dynasty for trainer Bill Mott, a horse that did debut at Saratoga. Looked like he had shown a lot of promise early on, and we'll see if he can pick up a stakes victory after finishing 5th in the Pilgrim last time.
Yeah, this is a horse that has shown good ability, even though it was beaten 3.5 lengths or 3.25 lengths to Botas. Am I saying that properly?
Yes.
Actually took another step forward as far as his buyer figure, and you get Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott. They don't need any introduction, do they?
They've done okay together, that's for sure. Horse broke his maiden, second time out from an outside post, and then last time, after coming back off of a pretty quick turnaround too into the Pilgrim, and got like you said, finishing 5th, coming from further off of it. But he's 2-1 on the morning line. That's not the only 2-year-old stake that we have on the card on Friday. We also have the Stuart Manor sprinting for the 2-year-old fillies in race 9, and it's a big field. Maggie, who are you looking forward to seeing in this upcoming Stuart Manor?
It is a big field, a lot of ways to go, going the 6 furlongs on the turf for those 2-year-old fillies. But I'm a bit interested in number 8 in their Lit Ship for trainer Joe Sharp, as she'll cut back in distance after trying the Grade 2 Jessamine, going 1 1/16. Now up in Saratoga, she was defeated by Quiet Street, who would return at Kentucky Downs, which is actually where Lit Ship broke her maiden. And she was just green here. Right? She was traveling wide the whole way. Then wanted to lug in. She was corrected by Arado Ortiz with the crop. Then she bore out, and it just parted the seas for Quiet Street to get up and get the win. But she just narrowly did. There was an element of greenness. She put it together in her next start. And I thought last time in the Jessamine, where she was controlling things, she was just very hard on the bridle throughout. Furthermore, she's a daughter of midshipmen, and I've always thought that midshipman produces turf sprinter after turf sprinter. So I'm excited that they're turning this one back, because she is a very high energy filly as well, and I think it could prove successful. Acacia?
She's very intriguing on the cutback, Maggie. Thank you. Understand, with a young filly, you try stretching them out in a race like the Jessamine last time out. It didn't work out. They go back to basics, and this seems like a proper spot for a horse like her.
Yeah, I like the turn back. She's by Midshipman, who was able to get him on the 16th, but he also was a decent sprinter himself. Actually won on him going 6.5 furlongs on the dirt at Belmont, but also out of a successful appeal mare, and that's all sprint pedigree. I mean, you get the odd exception that can go further, but with that pedigree, just feels like turning back is the right move.
Yeah, very interested to see what she will do on the cutback. That's the Stuart Manor, goes as race 9. We have the Thursday finale from opening day of the Aqueduct meet. There is a look at the tepid 4-1 favorite, Temple City Taboo, in the paddock. Talk more about it after this.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
Thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We have the nightcap coming up, and tepid 4-1 favoritism now on to the number 10, Lotus Petal. It's just that kind of race here in the finale that there's no standout favorite.
No, and listen, turf racing comes down to trips, particularly with a field that is as competitive, right? Closely matched as this race. This is one I really believe any one of 4 or 5 could easily win it, and it's going to come down to trips.
Very much so, as there's Lotus Petal, has been second in her last 2 starts since dropping back down into the claiming ranks, and certainly belongs at this level after trying tougher 3 back, and she ran on. She was just second best last time out, but does have some tactical speed to bring.
Yeah, and I think that's important too, right? Create your own trip. You're not as dependent on pace or, the rush hour traffic you could get caught in.
Javier Castellano will be aboard. You've got a couple of other horses around that price too. The number 4, Proud Mary, the 5, Temple City Taboo, the 7, Vino Samara. Mark Hennick has 2 in here in the 4 and 7, and Proud Mary's kind of that closing type, and the 7 is a horse that has the ability to be more forward.
Yeah, nice when you have 2 horses, obviously different ownerships, but hailing from the same barn that have complementing styles, right? More of a closer, more of a speed type. Kind of makes it easy to give the instructions to your riders and don't get in each other's way.
Certainly. As Vino Samara, she's a horse that broke her maiden on the dirt, but she has more pedigree for turf, and I've always felt she looks more like a turf horse as well. Tried tougher 2 starts back. She had to run against Gallant Greta 2 back. Then last time out into this level, she finished 3rd, close behind Lotus Petal. But it does feel like this is kind of the spot where she belongs.
Yeah, it does. It does feel like that, right? And she was within close proximity of Lotus Petal as well. 5-1 here. Yeah, listen, I think the public's all over it, right? We've got a couple 9-2, a couple 4-1, 7-2 being your favorite. Now the 3, Roanna, kind of fits that kind of profile too. First time ever for a tags, got races that are certainly good enough to be competitive here. And I think it's just a smart move by Jimmy Bond. We're getting late in turf season, and she's obviously a turf horse. Put them where they can win.
She makes sense as she stretches back out in distance. They tried cutting back last time, was not sold on going short for her. Maybe the first time taking the drop in class will really be what the doctor ordered. And we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier on in the card. Sometimes these horses that look like they don't have a lot of form to sink their teeth into, that the class can just make such a big difference when running against better horses.
Such a remarkable thing. When I was riding, I'd ride a horse for, let's say, $50,000. Didn't like him. Tell my agent, try to find someone else to ride. I'm not crazy about this horse. Then they run for 25, and, I'd wind up on him. I'd even complain to my agent. And they felt like different horses because they were just running in easier spots.
Meet the field, kicking things off at the 1, Fifi Lafume. Stretching out.
13th time was the charm, breaking her maiden, trying winners.
Here's Bunny Honey, big price.
Big price, rightfully so, would be a surprise.
Drop in class for Rogna.
I like the drop in class. I like Manny Franco taking the call and the stretch back out.
There's Proud Mary, contender for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, should be sitting just off the pace, although she did kind of run off to the lead, too, back at Saratoga.
Temple City Taboo, who goes back down to this level.
Back down to this level after trying a bit tougher last time. Got a high Aspire speed figure last time.
6 is out. There's the 7, Vino Samara.
I think consistently more speed than her stablemate, and probably is the 1 that'll be forward.
The 8 is out. There's the 9, Inflammable Bell.
But I think this is the speed of the speed.
Lotus Petal, 3-1 favorite.
I've been running consistent races. Her last 2 races would make her very tough here.
Big price on Widdershins.
Yeah, rightfully so, too. Just going to have to find a race we haven't seen yet to be competitive here.
And Island Fox, blinkers on.
Yeah, another one. Just feels like we're going to have to find a race going back to July 5th of last year to find a race that would be competitive here, and a very difficult post adding the blinkers.
That's the field for the nightcap. On the turf to wrap things up. Maggie, pretty evenly matched on the board. How do they look warming up on the track?
We'll touch on the 3 that honestly made the most favorable impressions, and luckily there are 3 that make the most sense in here. And number 3, Ragna, she is the one who drops down in class here for Jimmy Bond and just looks the part. It looks healthy. All the things you want to see, and I do like the fact that she does get out to a mile and a 16th again. While she's a little bit more compact, she's just a lot of leg. There's a lot of leg on her. She is actually quite evenly framed, though, having more of a shorter middle and kind of shorter barrel overall. But I'm not going to be surprised when she wins. And honestly, considering the drop in class, I think that's a pretty decent price on her at 9-2. And furthermore, Manny Franco climbing aboard. She is one that is pace dependent, so that might be her problem. There is, I think, enough pace in here, but Manny Franco climbing aboard, we all know he's somebody that can pick a horse up and literally carry them to the wire, as strong as he is in the saddle. Moving on to Mark Hennig's duo, they look fantastic as a pair. But I somewhat disagree slightly with what Richie's saying. I think they have kind of equally the same amount of speed, because Proud Mary is one that has spent the majority of her career going shorter. And last time it was a fairly quick pace, going the mile and a 16th. Look, I've always thought that shorter is probably better for her, though she ran well going a mile 2 back. Plus, she gets Ricardo Santana, and he's not going to let anybody try to get away from him. She looks great overall, but again, I question her affinity for going this distance. I did land on number 7, Vino Samara, though, and I like the way that Jose Lascano rode her last time, because he never got in her way. She feels like a filly that kind of has her mind set on things, and you can't really dictate what she's going to do. He kind of let her bowl along there, though, going incredibly wide into the first turn, and while losing a lot of ground throughout, I thought she stayed on very well. He's given her a big warm-up here. Speaking of warm-up, I can't wait to do that. It's gotten so cold out here. But anyway, I like the way she's responding to him, and I like the fact that he now knows her a bit better, too. So I'm going to take her here, and considering she was dropping in last time out for the first time, I thought ran incredibly well.
Almost there, Maggie. One more race as the number 7, Vino Samara. Yeah, I just feel like she makes quite a bit of sense. And as Maggie said, her first time dropping in class, she's one that typically they can be sometimes a little bit tricky getting the tack on prior to her races. And maybe she's just finding herself in the right spot and kind of coming into form on the turf. She actually hasn't had that many tries on it.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I think the key to the race is the first eighth of a mile with the 9 Inflammable, who I think is the speed of the speed. How Jose Lezcano is able to extricate himself from being inside of her and not getting caught up with her, right? And the trick is to allow your horse to do enough to make the other horse commit to that idea and then create that separation. And then you could, you know, be second and pick your path, whether I want to stay a little covered up, if I want to tip her to the clear. You can actually control the race from a stalking position.
See some of the jockeys there have adding a few extra layers, cover the neck or the ears out there. I know you're a tough guy.
No, it's a little early for that. What do you go to when we get into the, you know, the really cold days in January and February if you're already pulling out the heavy artillery?
Has to be, I know you always say, like, the showers here at Aqueduct. Like the best feeling in the world when you finish riding a cold day at Aqueduct. Because people forget, even when it's cold just standing there, the wind out there when you're riding, it's very windy here close to Jamaica Bay.
And then ride 8, 9, 10 in that day, and your core temperature is so low at that point that you get in these showers with this great water pressure and the hot showers. I mean, I would spend 45 minutes in the showers here after the races, more just to get warm again.
Yeah. It's coming. Tepid favorite at 3-1 now, still with Lotus Petal. Where did you land, Richie?
I landed on the 3. We've got some discrepancies about how to pronounce it. Rogna, Roagna. In actuality, it's Roagna, and it's a Nebbiolo Italian wine.
All right. I remember, I believe it was Chris, but I remember a track announcer saying that the Connections had requested Rogna, but you were the Italian, so I go with you.
And I actually just looked it up again and listened to the pronunciation in Italian. Roagna.
Oh.
Yeah,
nice
you got to roll the R's a little bit.
Beautiful. Nightcap coming from Aqueduct on opening day. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Thank you, guys. Beautiful Italian there, but yes, Rogna is the way. All set. Post time. And they're off. From in between horses, here comes Proud Mary is in that early mix. It's Proud Mary right towards the front. Inflammable towards the outside is going to cross over. And Inflammable has the lead. We'll take him into that turn. Just off of them is Proud Mary, and also towards the outside, here comes Lotus Petal, who's now a close-up third. Cornering very wide. Island Fox is out in the center of the course. Moving forward is now taken second. Back there in fifth is going to be Fifi Lafume. Is followed towards the outside here by Temple City Taboo. Then at the rail, it's the patiently ridden Rogna. Following them is Vino Samara. Towards the outside, second to last, will be Wittershins, and the trailer is Bunny Honey. They work up the backstretch, 24.38 for the opening quarter mile. Inflammable is in front. Island Fox is a stalking second. Proud Mary at the rail in third. Now progressing, getting the hurry up is Lotus Petal. Lotus Petal, Javier Castellano on the move from fourth, and Fifi Lafume is in fifth. Towards the outside of that rival, now trying to move forward. Center of the course is Temple City Taboo, and Rogna with nowhere to go is at the rail, is bottled up in behind horses, also trying to run Vino Samara. 48 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Inflammable trying to run them right off their feet. Inflammable is in front. A lot of trouble towards the back end. It's Inflammable who's up by 2.5. Proud Mary in full pursuit right here from second. The front two have cleared off, up by 4. Inflammable at the top of the lane, but Proud Mary in full pursuit. Then Ricardo Santana Jr. Vino Samara is picking up rivals quickly too. Vino Samara on the wrong lead, but all the momentum. Vino Samara, Jose Lezcano coming up alongside Proud Mary. Vino Samara now puts a neck in front. Vino Samara lugging in, but that's your winner. Vino Samara will win it over Proud Mary. Then came Rogna and Wittershins in 1 minute 42.60 seconds.
It was a good way to wrap up the day for Mark Hennig, finishing 1-2 as Vino Samara, as you heard in that call on her left lead, she usually does not switch to her outside lead, so that's typical for her. But she was able to run down her stablemate, Richie.
Yeah, and the only person that had to stop rooting coming inside the 8th pole was Mark Hennig, as he had the winner and the runner-up. And good call by Maggie with Vino Samara. And she said, you know, she actually came, I'm not surprised she won, came from further back than I thought she would. And she was able to run down Proud Mary, who did have more forward position. But nice effort by her, even if it was on the wrong lead.
Number 7, Vino Samara over the number 4, Proud Mary. Mark Hennig exacta to wrap up the card as you see her there on that inside lead. A good depiction of it. If you're wondering what we're mentioning there, prices and more live racing from Horseshoe Indie after this.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Vino Samara heads into the winner's circle. 1-2 for trainer Mark Hennig as she finds the right spot and picks up the second win of her career today.
Yeah, and she came with that relentless grinding run. Nice when a horse can be versatile, and really good job by Jose Lezcano, because when she's on her rug lead, she's trying to lug in. And it's such a fine line. You want to keep going forward. You don't want to lose that momentum. But at the same time, you can't just drop their head and let them run into another horse.
And especially for a horse like her, where that is a typical thing, that she will linger on that inside left lead, it's almost worse to stop your momentum and try to get them to switch.
Yeah, absolutely. When you see riders starting to kind of shift their weight and get horses onto the lead, in essence, it throws them off balance and it throws them off. One thing that I would do years ago, if I was on a horse that was reluctant to change leads, I'd go to the fence. And if I turn them in towards the fence, their natural reaction, they don't want to hit the fence. They would step away onto their right lead. And that would work with some horses. Every now and then you get one, you point on the fence, and they go, okay, and they'd hit the fence. But a lot of them would step away from it, though. But you need a horse that has natural enough speed where you can find that position.
Jose Lezcano stayed out of her way, and she got to the winner's circle. Vino Samara In the nightcap at Aqueduct, race 5, Horseshoe Indianapolis coming up next, a mile on the turf. It's a $30,000 claiming race, and it's a pretty wide open board. Poema currently 2-1 right now as we check in with Rachel.
Thank you, guys. We are definitely getting some favorites here today, but I'll talk quickly about the ones getting a lot of action here on the tote board, and then I do have a long shot that I like a lot. So the 6th Poema you just mentioned, trained by Paulo Lobo, just dappled out and physically looked wonderful in the paddock. Evan Roman as well is sitting at 996, so we're on the watch for him to get one here, an inch closer to me getting to do his 1,000th presentation. But yeah, the class drop, I mean, it's kind of obvious. This one's been in some really tough allowances and likes the turf, so that one makes sense. The 12 also from Mr. Mike Moneymaker, the 12 Elle Forte, which is French for she is wrong, but she looks very right in the paddock. She was also dappled out, looked wonderful. Now I did talk to them and they said that this horse just came in today, so they didn't know her for very long. You know, they haven't had her at the track working or anything. She shipped in today for this race, but they've heard nothing but positive things, and boy did she look positive. She's a 7-year-old mare. She's also dropping down where she was claimed, which was her last win around 30 at Saratoga, actually July 25th, and she won by 3 that day, and I think a very similar race. So LA Forte interests me as well, and of course, they liked that I said, well, you've got Mr. Hat Trick aboard, Fernando de la Cruz, who has a double, and I think has a nice shot here on the outside for 3 wins on the card. Now, the one that interests me physically that is bombs away on the board is the 7, which is 25-1, Super Stormy. And I know I've touted Danny Simpson in the past, but he gets Joe Ramos today. This one is moving up in class. It is a barn change. He just got this one, so he didn't know a whole bunch about her, but I know that he was trying to keep me off of this girl because he kind of was quiet on what he wanted to say, and he just told the truth. You know, I just got her, which is fine. She was on the muscle. She had to have 2 grooms on her the entire time, and she is a strong-looking girl. Kind of the small but mighty came to mind with her, and I love the way she moves. She has a fluidity and that not very many horses have, and she was just really pulling on the muscle. As you can see, she has her head up. The pony outrider has her kind of cinched as tight as he can because that girl wants to go as well. So I would throw in the 7 as well here, but obviously the 6 Poema does look really good, dropping down for Mr. Paulo Lobo, the trainer today. And those are my thoughts on the races today, you guys. I'm going to go inside and get warm. Thanks for having me, and I hope you guys enjoy yourselves on the desk.
Thanks, Rachel. Warm up, enjoy some... I don't know if they have hot showers at Horseshoe Indie like at Aqueduct that she's been talking about, but hopefully find some spot to get warm, as it is the number 6 Poema. It's taking a drop in class for Paulo Lobo, a rather deep closer. I always wonder, though, too, Richie, with horses like her, though, when they do get a chance to drop in class and be against some lower level horses, they tend to sometimes not leave themselves with so much to do.
It's like we said, getting that class relief. Horses that maybe don't feel as good for a higher price feel so much better for a lower price. They also have more natural speed. They put themselves in the game more. I like the 3-horse Timeless Rose, the 8-year-old daughter of midshipman, who actually the grandsire on the female side of the family, Ketchianus, I rode for Christophe many years ago.
Wow.
It was a Darley horse.
Very cool. Loading in, you've got Mike Maker with LA Fort to the outside. First start since March, but as Rachel touched on, she does have some back class if she can get back to it.
Yeah, you know, and they have races in there. You know, at least they've got a race to go to. So that's where I would land.
Race 5 on the turf, Horseshoe Indie. Brian Aragoni standing by with the call.
Poema, the most heavily backed in those will pays. Up next. Run, Camila, run. El Est Forte, as Cruz looks for a hat trick. Set for a start. Consternation in the middle, Talent Show throwing her head around. being backed out was Super Stormy. Super Stormy backed out. The rest of the field backing out as well. Be a delay to race 5.
So backing out the field here, race 5, as there were a few horses acting up, and they're going to, it looks like, take out the entire field here and reset, Richie.
Yeah, if you take, one out that was acting up and put them right back in, that's fair. But when it's going to take, a longer period of time, it's unfair to have horses sitting in there so long. And then, a horse can either fall asleep or wind up acting up. Either one's not a good scenario. You want them to be alert and ready to break. So I'm not quite sure why they backed the whole field out. Usually you would think there'd be a late scratch if that was the case. And we do see one horse with the rider off there.
Right. It looks like the 9. The 9, Els Dancer, is without a rider. She's being held by the outrider, and he's still standing close by, so not exactly sure what's taking place there. But there is a horse without a rider. The rest of the field has been backed out. They've not unsaddled the 9 or anything as of yet. Like I said, she's still being held by one of the pony riders there. So not entirely sure what's taking place, but sometimes it can happen. If you see a horse acting up and they have to back them up, they have to inspect them. Like you said, it can cause everybody to act up, as that's a beautiful sight.
No, I like that. Bald Eagle, they've made a big comeback in the Hudson Valley. See more and more of them up by home.
And we do have a late scratch of the 8, by the way, the 8 talent show, a late scratch in here. So as a result, they have backed out the whole field, so they're going to have to update the numbers on the starting gate and reload the whole field in.
Yeah, so there'll be a delay as they've got to get the 8-horse talent show off of the turf course, off the racetrack. You don't want a horse that potentially could pull away from a handler, whether it's an outrider or a gate handler, assistant starter, and then be loose while the field of horses is running. One of the most dangerous situations you possibly could have. So there's that. I'm a little surprised that they allow the 9, Els Dancer, to not carry her weight the entire time. There is a rule on the books. If a rider's unseated, they have to bring that horse back to the spot where the rider was unseated, so they carry their weight the full amount of distance to the starting gate. Now, listen, there's ways around all that. If you load early in the starting gate, I would always stand on the petition, take all the weight off my horse's back. Just psychologically, I think, giving myself an edge that my horse isn't carrying my 115 pounds while we wait on the rest of the field.
So an odd situation there at the gate, but late scratch of the 8 talent show. So they will reset the starting gate, load the rest of the field back in. Yeah, and the 9, Els Dancer, still without a rider, which is very surprising because, as you said, typically they will see them all need to have a leg up at the same time, carry equal weights. Sometimes you see it in Europe, Richie, where they're running on a straightaway. So if a horse is refusing to load or acting up, they will break from the gate and leave that horse behind. Right. Which I always think is wild to see, because here in America, you can't do that because we come around again in an oval.
Right. So, but at least in a situation like that, they're running away from the horses, where we're in an oval, horse gets loose, runs the wrong direction, heads back towards the field. That's a catastrophic event when something like that happens. So always better to err on the side of caution. There are a lot of rules on the books that probably don't get applied as often. There's a rule here in New York. You come back, you've got to salute the stewards, and basically what you're doing is asking for permission to dismount. You don't see that anymore. It used to be everybody came back, we'd wave your crop at the outriders, and it was more of a ceremonial type thing, but it was something that everybody did. You don't see that anymore. It's just interesting how certain rules get applied and certain get overlooked.
So delay over there for race 5, Horseshoe Indie. Earlier today in New York, we saw the Tempted rescheduled due to the cancellation the other afternoon. And the 2-year-olds have been firing from Kenny McPeak's barn, especially those based here in New York in the care of Jimmy Jerkens. And that was very much the case at Fort Schilling with an aggressive ride by Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I didn't start till a little bit later, and I actually was walking in when this race was running. And I had spent about 20 minutes talking with Jimmy Jerkens, who's a very close friend, when this filly broke her maiden, and he told me how good she trains. He says she trains like a stakes horse. She really, you know, they were disappointed in her first start, and then they stretched her a little further from 6.5 to 7, and she got it done last time at a big price. And now, you know, proving out what Jimmy said to me, that he really thinks she's a good filly. She trains like a good filly. Well, she graded stakes winner now.
Yeah.
Or stakes winner now, I should say.
Absolutely. Spot on, and he's done an exceptional job managing the New York string here at Belmont and racing at Aqueduct, and great to see Jimmy Jerkens. I think just all of us so much respect for him as a horseman, and that's really showing, especially with the young horses.
And a little bit, you know, shocking that, like, now he's an assistant trainer, but he's an amazing horseman, a great trainer. Jimmy would be an incredible private trainer for somebody. Somebody looking to have their horses with one trainer and a line of communication, because Jimmy communicates better with his horses than he does with people. But he would be an amazing addition to somebody wanting to have a personal, you know, private trainer for their racehorses.
Back over to Horseshoe Indie, it does explain why we saw the rider off for such a long time with the 9. So we have actually 2 late scratches. The 8 talent show came out earlier. Now has also been announced that the 9 Els Dancer, a late scratch. So as we said, explaining why we saw the rider off for such a long time. I would imagine maybe waiting to make sure that they had somebody to bring her back, or to bring the jockey back as well. So 8 and 9 both out, 2 late scratches. Seems everybody's acting okay, but that is a long time for these fillies to wait behind the gate.
It is a long time. Some of them reach that simmering point and then they boil over. But, you know, a lot of times when a horse acts up, it can affect the horses around them because they can get kicked underneath the stall doors. And I'm sure we had a situation like that, probably waiting for Els Dancer to be checked out by the attending track veterinarian.
We're finally going in. Here's take 2. We reset Horseshoe Indianapolis. Brian Aragoni standing by with the call.
1 mile on the turf. Take 2. Waiting on Run, Camila Run, and El Este Forte. El Este Forte goes in. Set for a start. They are off and running to an even beginning. Planet Claire in ever so tightly as Planet Claire checks back to last, but Run Camila Run is going rapidly up front, as is Shanghai Express. Those 2 are outside of Leisure Wear, who's good to go at 25 to 1. Shanghai Express takes off that hot, rapid pace. Run Camila Run at 5 to 1 clears off. Then comes Leisure Wear with Shanghai Express. Storm Bay riding the rail. Getting down to the inside was a recovering Planet Claire. El Este Forte is sitting in 6th. Then comes Timeless Rose. The Indiana bred needs to pass 6 other runners in here. Then comes Poema along with Super Stormy, who can see them all. Run Camila Run is sending it 46.38 as Run Camila Run has put the pedal to the metal, and now Storm Bay puts Leisure Wear back and forth as Storm Bay and Shanghai Express are moving in tandem. El Este Forte is on the wide side but making up ground. Super Stormy even out wider than that, and Super Stormy looking to go last to first, but it's still Run Camila Run, and Storm Bay is trying to find more. Down on the inside comes Timeless Rose, who's going to need space. Here comes Poema and Evan Roman. Super Stormy hits the lead, but they have to deal with a fresh challenger in Poema, and it's Poema to the lead. Win number 997 for Evan Roman with Poema from Super Stormy. After that came El Este Forte and Storm Bay in 136.20.
Poema gets the victory. She was very logical on the dropping class, and she comes a rolling late as it was a cavalry charge into the stretch.
Yeah, it really was. But the last run was the right run for Poema, who comes storming down the middle of the track and gets it done. 3-year-old to take it on her elders and did it quite nicely. And Evan Roman closing in on a 1,000 career wins. Nice milestone.
Yeah.
Years ago, they would never pay attention to that stuff until you got to about, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000. But I mean, we've seen people now like 500, 300, 1,000. Yeah.
Pretty amazing. How many did you win?
I won a bunch, but honestly, it was never recognized until I got to 3,000. So
That's fair. You can head over to Naira Bets for prices as we wrap up the show here on America's Day at the Races. We're back starting early tomorrow as with new timing thanks to daylight savings. We'll be on from 11:30 to 4:30 tomorrow. We saw the Tempted and Chelsea Flower today as Schilling, we talked about, very impressive, getting the win here in New York. Opening day of the Aqueduct Meet, and Deep Learning picking up the Chelsea Flower for Chad Brown. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 11:30. Good night, everyone.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.